Chapter 301. In the second half of the autumn night, the moon had gone down, and the sun had not yet risen. There was only a dark blue sky. There was a violent coughing in the back of Fan Manor. The coughing did not stop, and it did not stop for a long time. It startled the servants, and they struggled to wake up from their dreams. There was a flurry of activity in the garden. Perhaps it was a problem with the weather, but not only had Minister Fan caught a cold, but some of the servants had also caught a cold. Those with runny noses had been sent to the country estates outside the capital, but the rest of the people did not dare to be careless. They drank the medicine the young master had written every day. The medicine was very effective, and the cold did not spread. The reason why the coughing made the people of Fan Manor panic was because it came from the young master's room. The young master had been suffering from a strange illness for the past 2 days. He had coughed badly, but he did not want the palace doctors to prescribe medicine. He believed in his own methods. But after a few days, the coughing had not subsided. The servants of Fan Manor could not help but worry, afraid that something had happened to the young master, who had been very kind to them. The head maid, Cece, had a red ribbon tied around her forehead and combed her slightly messy hair. She stood angrily in the small kitchen. As she smelled the strong smell of medicine coming from the room, she called out to the girls who did the hard work, telling them to work faster. She was someone sent to the capital by the ancestors of Donjo, and her future status was obvious. So in Fan Manor, her words carried some weight. The sleepy servants knew that the young master's illness was troublesome. Seeing her angry, they bit their lips and did not dare to respond. After watching for a while, Cece still could not relax. She moved a small stool and sat in front of the medicine stove. She held a fan in her hand and gently waved it. She stared unblinkingly at the mouth of the stove, where the medicinal mist was rising. Her eyes gradually turned red, and she did not dare to be careless. Brewing medicine was very particular about the heat. The medicine in front of her was for the young master to take. If she did not watch, she would not feel at ease. In the bedroom, Lin Wanner was wearing a cotton robe embroidered on the outside. She rubbed Fan Xian's chest, feeling sorry for him. Carefully, she asked, "How about, we really try the royal doctor's prescription?" Fan Xian coughed until his face was red. He waved his hand and forced a smile. "How could I be so precious? Besides, I know my own body. I won't die. Just prescribe some medicine for myself." Lin Wanner also knew that her husband's medical skills were exceptional, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to cure the lung disease that had haunted her for 15 years. But these past few days she had heard him coughing violently, so she couldn't help but feel worried. Biting her lip, she said, "Even Eunuch Hong can't tell the cause of this illness, but you say you know, you." She rolled her eyes and said, "Should I write a letter to Mr. Fei and ask?" Fan Xian coughed again. He knew that his wife was still worried. He sighed and said, "It's not like you don't know that teacher of mine. Out of every year, he spends most of the year wandering around. Even if he wanted to rush back, who knows how long it would take." He then smiled and said, "Maybe 3 or 4 months. By that time, I'm afraid I'll already be a dead man." "You." He gently flicked the tip of Wanner's nose and jokingly said, "Then you'll be the prettiest widow in the capital." Lin Wanner spat on the ground a few times and angrily said, "What time is it, and you still say such nonsense?" Fan Xian laughed. He wasn't as nervous as the rest of the family, because he knew exactly what had happened to his body. The medicine he was brewing right now was only to help him calm his heart and clear his mind, relax his lungs, clear his meridians, and stabilize his condition. As for the real cause of the illness, he would have to rely on himself to fix it. As he spoke, he comforted Wanner a bit, and then carefully placed his right hand under the blanket. His right hand would occasionally tremble. It had started outside the capital government, and it hadn't gotten any better until today. There was a knock on the door, and Cece carefully carried the medicine into the room. The servant girl, Siki, who slept with her in the front room, had long since climbed out of bed. She lit the oil lamp on the table, moved a high table, and placed it in front of the bed of the young master and mistress. She took the bowl of medicine, took out a spoon, and gently stirred the medicine in the bowl to cool it down. When the temperature was just right, she fed Fan Xian a small sip. Fan Xian drank it, and it tasted a little bitter. He unconsciously licked his lips, but Cece had already stuffed a sugar pill into his mouth, and immediately diluted the bitterness in his mouth. He couldn't help but laugh. "I'm a man, do you really need to serve me like this?" Cece smiled and said, "Young master, when you were little, you were afraid of taking medicine." Fan Xian thought to himself, the medicine in this world can't be coated with sugar, so of course he would frown when he drank it. Siki took out a silk handkerchief from her sleeve and helped Fan Xian wipe the corner of his mouth. She also said very seriously, "Young master, you are now a patient. You can't force yourself." Seeing the two servant girls like this, even Wan couldn't stand it anymore. She laughed and scolded them, "Don't spoil him too much." Although she said this, her small hands kept moving down Fan Xian's back, making him feel more comfortable. Although Fan Xian enjoyed the life of a young master, and felt that it was a good thing to be so comfortable when sick, he couldn't help but shake his head. He reached for the bowl of medicine and drank it in one gulp. He wiped his mouth with his sleeve and smiled. "I'm a part-time doctor, not a child." The two servant girls looked at each other and smiled. They didn't say anything. Seeing that it was getting late, Fan Xian knew that his coughing had kept the servant girls busy for a while. He couldn't help but feel a little guilty. He said, "After you drink the medicine, you shouldn't be coughing anymore. Go to sleep. Let the servant girls who are on night watch go to sleep as well. The autumn night is cold, what if they get sick again? It's going to be dawn soon. Why are you still sleeping? It's always better to sleep a little longer," Fan Xian said seriously. They knew that this young master cared for his servants, and that under his gentle appearance was a heart that never went back on his word. Cece and Siki didn't dare to argue. They agreed in unison and went out to arrange the chores. Fan Xian got out of bed and poured a cup of tea to rinse his mouth. Wan saw this and couldn't help but say, "Drinking cold tea when you're sick isn't good for your body." Fan Xian smiled and sat back on the bed. "I told you, this illness is different from other illnesses." The couple talked for a while. Wan saw that he wasn't coughing anymore, and she felt a little more at ease. She felt sleepy, but seeing that he didn't want to sleep, she didn't either. Finally, Fan Xian couldn't stand it anymore. He quietly reached out and rubbed her shoulders. His fingers brushed over a few of the calming acupuncture points on her head. Only then did she fall asleep. Looking at his sleeping wife, Fan Xian knew that she had been worried about him these past few days. She was mentally and physically exhausted. He couldn't help but shake his head. His illness wasn't something that could be cured just by taking good care of himself. It wasn't like his father's. Minister Fan's cold, under his skillful hands, was already showing signs of improvement. In about 2 more days, he would be completely cured. However, his father was old, and his body wasn't like a young man's. His recovery was always slower. He gently waved his hand and extinguished the oil lamp on the table 5 feet away. The entire bedroom sank into darkness, but he kept his bright eyes open. He still couldn't fall asleep because he had been sitting quietly for too long these past few days. It was not easy for him to get sleepy. The tip of his tongue gently licked the dregs of the medicine between his teeth, evaluating the herbs he had personally chosen. He seemed to be able to feel the active ingredients in the herbs enter his lungs and begin to help him soothe the discomfort. He felt a little proud of himself. He reached out and pulled the blanket over his wife's body. Then he put his hand into a secret compartment under his pillow and pulled out a small medicine pouch. Inside the pouch were several large pills that were perfectly round and rough to the touch. Although the room was dark, Fan Xian knew that these pills were red. Ever since he was young, Mr. Fei Jia had ordered him to carry these pills with him at all times, just in case something went wrong with the nameless martial secrets he was practicing. If that overbearing and ruthless Xinqi was about to break through his meridians, this pill would be his last resort. When Fan Xian was very young, when he was still living in Danzhou, Fei Jia had discovered this fatal problem. The nameless martial secrets that Wu Zhu had left for Fan Xian, or rather, for Fan Xian's mother, could indeed be cultivated into an overbearing and vigorous Xinqi. The problem was that this kind of Xinqi was too overbearing and ruthless. If an ordinary person were to practice it, they would not be able to practice for long before the Xinqi in their body would burst and pierce through them. Once their meridians were broken, they would naturally become useless. But compared to the people of this world, there was something strange about Fan Xian. His meridians seemed to be much thicker than those of the people of this world. Because of this, he had been secretly practicing the nameless and tyrannical martial method since he was a baby. By the time he was 4 years old, the Xinqi in his body had already reached a shocking level, but he had not exploded and died. But Fei Jia had once said that as the Xinqi in his body grew stronger and stronger, there would come a day when the naturally formed meridian channels would no longer be able to contain it, and Fan Xian would have to suffer greatly. But after more than 10 years, Fan Xian did not feel this kind of danger. Although the Xinqi in his body was overbearing, it was still under his control. Especially after the age of 12, when he finished practicing the first volume of the nameless martial secrets, the storm-like Xinqi in his body suddenly stopped. It was completely tamed, and did not affect him in the slightest. So he gradually let down his guard, and even almost forgot about the matter. He no longer carried the pills with him at all times, but left them at home. Except when he went on a diplomatic mission to northern Qi, he had brought one with him, but he had not used it. Trouble always came when people were least prepared. After the seemingly safe but dangerous journey to northern Qi, the Xinqi in Fan Xian's body had finally merged with his skills. He had already broken through the threshold of the 9th level, and was beginning to reach the pinnacle of martial arts in the world. The overbearing Xinqi in his body had finally reached perfection, and he could even fight against Ku He's disciple, Lang Tiao. Unexpectedly, after he defeated Xia Bai and one of the 8 generals, outside the capital government, the Xinqi in his body began to act up. Starting from the snow mountain at the back of his waist, along the meridians, the 2 Xinqi channels were like 2 circles, communicating with each other in his body. But now, the Xinqi seemed to have smelled some traces of the owner of his body, and it began to become restless. It was no longer willing to stay in the meridians, and instead, it kept extending, probing, and piercing in all directions. Fan Xian's hands were where he had perfect control of the Xinqi, but now they had become the juncture for the Xinqi in his body to overflow. Now, his right hand would occasionally tremble. That was the result of the Xinqi in his muscles and meridians not listening to him. The situation was not too serious. At least, it was still within his control. After these days of meditation, he had used his mind to suppress the overbearing Xinqi in his body. But the 2 opposing forces had damaged his lungs, and that was why he could not stop coughing. But if he allowed this situation to continue, there would come a day when he would not be able to control the overbearing and violent Xinqi in his body. Fan Xian had also tried to practice the second half of the nameless martial secret, but so far he had not made any progress. Sometimes, when he coughed badly, he hated Wu Zhu. "You gave me the absorbing stars, so you should at least give me a way to deal with it, right?" He gently squeezed the medicine pouch in his hand and frowned. A few days ago, he had analyzed the pill his teacher had left him. It was like a tiger fighting a lion. To help him deal with the overbearing jinchi in his body, his teacher had also given him a very overbearing medicine. He had no confidence in what would happen if he took the medicine. There was a lot of mayflower mixed in it, and that was an authentic medicine for dispersing jinchi. Was he willing to give up the jinchi that he had painstakingly cultivated for over 10 years? Even if he did not lose his jinchi, he feared that the jinchi in his body would be consumed by more than half. But if he did not take it, did he have to watch the jinchi explode into a giant ball of blood in a few months, or perhaps a few years? Even if it did not have such a terrifying effect, it did not look good to have his right hand constantly trembling. He was so young, and yet he had to act like someone with Parkinson's disease. To take it or not to take it, that was a big question. A rooster crowed in the distance, waking up the sun and driving away the night, but the people were still sleeping soundly. Fan Xian raised his head and realized that he had been sitting by the bed for an hour. He couldn't help but laugh at himself. He, who was most afraid of death, when faced with such a difficult situation, could also be so cowardly and hesitant. Perhaps this was also an opportunity, he comforted himself. Do not destroy the shape of the Hua pool, let the heavenly spring pour into my body. He slowly recited the incantation and sat by the bed, entering a meditative state. He carefully withdrew the chaotic jinchi in his body into his meridians, and then slowly returned it to the snow-capped mountain behind his waist, letting it shine brightly there, illuminating the snow-capped mountain. Suddenly, his heart jumped, and Fan Xian opened his eyes. He casually put on some clothes, pushed open the door, and walked to the most secluded corner of the garden. It was the little practice field where he had tested the poison needles. He didn't need to look around to see the strange uncle with a black cloth covering his face next to the fake mountain. He couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. He opened his mouth to complain, so you still know to come back. Chapter 302. The sky was already bright, and the morning breeze was blowing in the courtyard, but it was still very dark. The person next to the rockery was dressed in coarse clothes, with an iron stake casually stuck in his waist. His face was covered with a piece of black cloth, but he seemed to be one with the surrounding scenery and buildings. He didn't make a sound, and even his presence seemed very faint. Even if a servant walked past him, they wouldn't be able to find him. Fan Xian looked at the man in front of him, who he had lived with day and night for 16 years. Thinking about how long it had been since they had last seen each other, he did not know what to feel. He wanted to beat him up, but he was sure that he would not be able to beat him. Should he throw himself at him and cry? Uncle Wu Zhu was not a person who liked to stir up emotions. So he could only shake his head and suppress the joy in his heart. He walked over, and found that Uncle Wu Zhu was holding a small knife in his hand. He was incessantly carving something. When he got closer, he realized that he was carving a piece of wood. Fortunately, it is not a carving of a woman, otherwise I would have thought that you had become the blind Tanhua, that innocently Xuanhuan. The courtyard was silent. Fan Xian suppressed his laughter. Then I would vomit. Wu Zhu, surprisingly, nodded and said, Li Xuanhuan is indeed a very shameless person. It was Fan Xian's turn to be surprised. After a moment, he said, You know Li Xuanhuan. Wu Zhu put the piece of wood and the knife back into his sleeve. He said coldly, The lady told me this story, and she hated this male lead the most. Fan Xian laughed. It seems that I am quite similar to my mother. A moment later, the two of them appeared in the most secretive of the 3 study rooms in Fan Manor. Although there were no traps around, without Fan Xian's permission, no one could approach this study. Even Minister Fan had tacitly agreed to this rule. Tell me, what have you been doing for the past 6 months? Without question, Fan Xian was very interested in Wu Zhu's disappearance. Although he had already confirmed his suspicions from the small piece of wood, such shocking gossip had to be heard from the mouth of the person in question. Only then would it be particularly exciting. At this moment, he seemed to have long forgotten the Jinchi running around in his body like a little mouse. He also forgot that he should first ask Uncle Wu how he could save his own life. Instead, he stared straight into Wu Zhu's eyes. He also poured himself a cup of last night's leftover tea. Naturally, Wu Zhu did not get any, because Wu Zhu did not drink tea. I went to the north. Wu Zhu thought for a moment, as if confirming his itinerary. Then, I went to the south. Fan Xian was used to his uncle's strange way of thinking, so he was not angry at the senseless answer. Instead, he patiently asked, "What are you going to do in the north? Why are you going south?" "I'm going to the north to find Ku He," Wu Zhu said calmly. He did not think that many people would be scared to death if this matter were to spread. "After a fight, I went to the south to find someone." Fan Xian chuckled. The Grand Master Ku He had been injured. Naturally, it was the blind uncle in front of him who had played a good trick. Immediately, he thought of a problem and furrowed his brows in concern. "Are you all right?" Wu Zhu tilted his head slightly and looked at his left shoulder. "I was injured here, but it's already healed." His words were simple and to the point, but Fan Xian could feel the danger. He had fought with Haitang, and could clearly feel the power of Haitang's bald teacher, one of the top 4 grandmasters in the world. It must have been terrifying. Although Wu Zhu was arrogant, it was inevitable that Fan Xian would have to pay a price for injuring him. As long as he was healed now, that was all that mattered. "Why did you do it?" Fan Xian frowned. Wu Zhu said, "First of all, if he was in northern Qi, I thought it would be inconvenient for you." Fan Xian nodded. If Ku He had been in Shangjing when he went on the diplomatic mission, he would not have been able to toy with the armed forces of northern Qi and obtain so much useful information before Xiao En died. Wu Zhu continued, "Second of all, I felt that I knew Ku He, so I wanted to ask him about what happened all those years ago." Fan Xian suddenly raised his head and looked at him in surprise. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. He thought of Xiaoen's memories of the Temple of Eternal Night before his death. He frowned and said quietly, "Perhaps Uncle really did know Ku He, at least back then." Next, he told Wu Zhu all the stories he had heard in the cave, hoping that he could recall something important. For example, Wu Zhu's relationship with the temple. When he was little, he had heard Wu Zhu say that he and his mother had escaped from home together. Could that home have been the temple? Wu Zhu was silent for a long time. He did not appear in the novel where he clutched his head in meditation, pulled at his hair in pain, but could not remember anything. He simply said, "I can't remember." So it was Fan Xian's turn to pull at his hair. He muttered in a low voice, "What is this?" He shook his head, dispelling the disappointment in his heart. "Why didn't you return to the capital after you were injured?" "You were already injured. What was the point of going south to find someone?" Is Yi Luyun in the south?" Wu Zhu shook his head coldly. "There are some problems in the south. After confirming that Ku He knew me, I went south to find the problematic person. Unfortunately, I did not find him." Fan Xian felt a headache coming on. For the past 6 months, he had been in the north and south, and it seemed that his uncle had not rested much. He had played a pantomime with the imperial advisor of northern Qi, and then he had gone south to find his family. But if Ku He knew Wu Zhu, yes, Xiaoen had said that Ku He's current fortune could not be separated from the trip to the temple all those years ago. At the time, he knew his mother, but at the time, his mother and Wu Zhu were not together. There was a problematic person in the south. Then who was it? Fan Xian's mind spun quickly. He immediately thought of the case he had received in Shangjing. A cold-blooded serial killer had appeared in the south of the kingdom of Qing. Yan Bingyun took this matter very seriously, and was prepared to mobilize the emperor's personal tiger guards to go find him. But since even Uncle Wu Zhu had not found the person, Fan Xian feared that Yan Bingyun would only be disappointed in the future. He took a deep breath and put aside these matters that could not affect him for the time being. He reported to his uncle what he had done in the past 6 months. He even told him about the secret agreement between him and Hai Tang that no one else knew about. Unexpectedly, Wu Zhu did not respond. Fan Xian had known since he was a child that Wu Zhu would never praise him, but he had done so many things. He had even killed Xiao En and beaten the second prince so miserably. Surely Wu Zhu would respond as if he were listening to a story. As if sensing that Fan Xian was a little unhappy, Wu Zhu thought for a moment and said something to explain. It's just a small matter. Well, the struggle between him and the second prince, in the eyes of people like Wu Zhu and the emperor, was not much different from a child's quarrel. As for the secret agreement, perhaps the emperor would be interested, but Uncle Wu Zhu would not care. Fan Xian understood this and could not help but laugh at himself. He stretched out his right hand and said, "My hand has been shaking a lot lately. You have to take a look at it." Knowing that the Jinqi in Fan Xian's body was showing signs of going berserk, Wu Zhu was still inhumanly calm. "I've never practiced it before. I don't know what to do." Fan Xian finally lost his mind when it came to matters of life and death. He lowered his voice and roared, "There's not even the slightest safety factor. I was just born, and you made me practice it. What if I died?" "The lady said it was the best," Wu Zhu replied coldly. "And someone has practiced it before." "Of course someone has." Fan Xian bluntly pointed out the loophole in his uncle's words. Wu Zhu did not hide anything. "There's not much of a problem. At most, your Jinqi will completely dissipate and you will become an ordinary person, unless you're stupid enough to give up your so-called Jinqi at the last moment." Fan Xian was angry. "You're a monster. Of course you don't know how important Jinqi is to ordinary warriors. If I lose the tyrannical Jinqi in my body, I won't be able to defeat Hai Tang Duo. There are so many enemies in the world who could destroy me at any time. So what do I do now?" He raised his slightly trembling right hand and said angrily, "Am I supposed to let it keep shaking like Wu Mingda? Right now it's just my hand shaking. When the Jinqi in my body thickens, I'm afraid even my butt will shake." Wu Zhu raised his head. The black cloth over his eyes seemed to be coldly laughing at Fan Xian. "If you don't practice it, your Jinqi will naturally not increase." His words woke Fan Xian from his reverie. Fan Xian had long since become accustomed to meditating and practicing martial arts twice a day. He had never thought about stopping. Now he realized that before he found a solution, the first thing he should do was stop practicing the tyrannical Jinqi of the nameless martial formula. Although the Jinqi in his body would naturally develop and grow during battle, it would be slower than feeding it every day. He nodded and sighed. "That's all I can do. Let the big bang come a little later." Wu Zhu suddenly said, "Fei Jia left some medicine for you." Fan Xian was surprised. He hadn't expected Wu Zhu to remember something from his childhood. He nodded and explained. "That medicine was a bit tyrannical. I was worried that if I took it, my internal energy would dissipate." Wu Zhu lowered his head, as if remembering something. He suddenly said, "It should work, although it can only cure the symptoms." At this moment, Fan Xian did not dare to completely believe his uncle's words. After all, this deadly nameless martial secret had been carelessly thrown to the side of his pillow. He smiled bitterly and said, "We'll talk about these things in the future. First, let's talk about you. Uncle, in the future, before you go missing, can you tell me first? Is that necessary?" Wu Zhu asked seriously. Yes. Fan Xian nodded. On the way to Northern Qi, I always thought you were with me, and so was the chest, so I was brave enough to bully Haitang Duo. I didn't think you would be there. Doing something like that could kill someone. Wu Zhu hesitated for a moment. Oh, I know. Fan Xian let out a sigh of relief. Ever since he was a child, he was used to Wu Zhu staying close to him. For example, in the carriage, in the grocery store, on the cliff by the sea. After entering the capital, Wu Zhu spent less time by his side. Although he was strong enough to protect himself, he knew that as he progressed in this world, he would face more and more challenges. Having an uncle like Wu Zhu by his side made him feel that the world was a piece of open land, and he felt much safer. I plan to move out. Fan Xian coughed lightly. Living in the backyard is a bit inconvenient. There are too many people, and you can't live with us. Wu Zhu tilted his head. He was confused as to why Fan Xian wanted to move just for him. One hasn't met you, uncle, Fan Xian said seriously. You are the closest person to me. You have to meet my wife. Wu Zhu slowly said, I have. She hasn't met you. Fan Xian smiled bitterly. And you're always floating outside the manor by yourself. I don't even know where you live or what you do. This kind of feeling makes me, a bit uncomfortable. Wu Zhu tilted his head again. He seemed to understand what Fan Xian was trying to say. The corners of his lips twitched, but he still didn't smile. He slowly said, you deal with it. But I don't want anyone other than your wife to know that I'm by your side. Fan Xian nodded happily. Then he thought of something and said awkwardly, not even Ruoruo. I've always wanted to let her see you. No. Wu Zhu coldly said, that's it. Go do what you need to do. Pretend I never came back. Fan Xian sighed. Hearing the faint sounds of people getting up, he walked out of the study, rubbing his wrists. In the study, Wu Zhu's face, which seemed to be eternally expressionless, finally broke into a smile that only appeared once every 500 years. And this time, the smile seemed to be joking, as if he was making fun of Fan Xian for not knowing something. In the autumn garden, the grass was covered with white frost, and the sun was warm and soft in the sky. Fan Xian was wrapped in a thin quilt, lying on a soft couch in the garden. He was resting, occasionally coughing, but he was much better than he had been the night before. There was a swing in the corner of the garden, and a few brave maids were swinging it. Their light-colored dresses bloomed like flowers on a small board tied to a long rope. Next to the swing, Cici and Siki, the two maids, watched with great interest. Their faces occasionally showed envy, but they were too proud of their status to step onto the swing and show off their skills. Fan Xian squinted as he watched the girl on the swing. Her dress spread out like a flower, like a parachute from his previous life. The waxy trousers under her dress flickered in and out of view. He couldn't help but think of a movie called Peacock. A hand reached out from the side and fed him a thin black date. The date was very light, and it was carefully cut, very much to his taste. He chewed it 2 or 3 times, and said in a muffled voice, "Why aren't you taking care of your father? Why are you here?" Wan He and Ruoruo sat on either side of him, taking care of this unconscious patient. Ruoruo smiled and said, "I get bored staying in my room all the time. Brother is sick, and yet he's in the mood to come to the garden and watch the maids play on the swing." Wan He laughed and said, "He's not here to watch the swing. He's here to watch the people on the swing." Fan Xian didn't bother to explain. He laughed and said, "Watching the scenery, you have to bring the people with you." He then shouted, "Cici, don't be a little wife. If you want to swing, go ahead and swing." These words could easily be misunderstood. After he said them, he was stunned. Fortunately, the girls next to him didn't understand. He was the only one smiling awkwardly. He coughed to hide it, and suddenly thought of something. He asked who was next to him, "The autumn is getting colder. Look, the chrysanthemums in the garden are all a bit frozen. Last time, the palace said they were going to hold a chrysanthemum viewing party in the suburbs of the capital. Why haven't there been any news yet? When the first snow falls, even if we want to see them, we won't be able to. Are the people in the palace not afraid of disappointing them?" Wanda rolled her eyes and smiled. "It's a bit later than last year, but the news is that they're going to the floating temple to see the golden chrysanthemums. Those chrysanthemums are very cold resistant, so they shouldn't be afraid." Fan Xian couldn't help but shake his head. He knew that the delay of the chrysanthemum viewing party had something to do with the recent excitement in the capital. Over the past 2 days, the situation in the capital had been settled. Although many people thought that at this time, he had to pretend to be sick in order to keep the second prince in check. But he knew in his heart that the Overwatch Council didn't need him to worry too much. All the plans had been made, and with Yen watching, he had a good grasp of the situation. There shouldn't be any problems. His body was a bit better, but he still pretended to be sick and refused to go to court. He also refused to go to the first bureau or stay in the council. He just hid in the garden of his home and pretended to be a patient in the capital. It was like watching a play, watching the second prince worry. "Higher. A bit higher." Fan Xian hid on the soft couch, with his wife and sister serving him. He watched as Cece, full of courage, swung higher and higher on the swing. It was as if she was going to swing out of the garden and fly over the high walls to see the scenery of the capital. He couldn't help but laugh and shout. Chapter 303. The swing swung higher and higher. Suddenly, Cece seemed to see something high up in the air. She stopped pushing the swing and let it slow down. Before the swing had completely come to a stop, she jumped down in a hurry. She didn't even put on her shoes, which had landed on the grass, and ran to Fan Xian's side. The servant girls who were supporting her jumped in fright. Siki was about to make fun of her, but seeing her expression, he wisely kept his mouth shut. Even the 3 masters on the other side felt depressed, wondering if this young lady had gone crazy. Why was she so panicked? Given Fan Manor's power, what guest would they be afraid of in the capital? Unless it was a eunuch leading the imperial army to search the manor. At the manor gate, it's King Jing's carriage. Cece said, panting as she ran to Fan Xian's couch. She rubbed her heaving chest. Fan Xian was startled, but immediately came to his senses. He jumped up from the couch and shouted, "Retreat!" As he ran to the back of the garden, he didn't forget to turn around and praise Cece. Clever girl. Looking at his nimble movements, he didn't look like a sick person who couldn't go to court. Warner and Ruoruo, who were by the couch, looked at each other in confusion. They immediately understood, and their expressions changed. They quickly stood up and ordered the servants to make arrangements to leave the manor. They also called for Ting Zijing to hurry and set up the carriage. For a moment, the back garden of Fan Manor, which had been filled with laughter, immediately turned into a field of rations and horses before a great battle. Everyone was in a frenzy. Some tidied up the couch, some left, and some found clothes for their masters. After a while, they finally finished tidying up everything in the shortest amount of time possible. Fan Xian was escorted to the back door of the manor. At this time, Ting Zijing had also personally pulled the carriage to the door. He's still sick, so he has to hide everywhere. Warner draped a thick windbreaker over Fan Xian's body. "Uncle," she complained. "I told you not to come see." Fan Xian didn't have time to answer her. Like a gorilla, he bravely crawled into the carriage. Lin Warner laughed mockingly. She turned around and saw that her sister-in-law was also nervous. She held a small incense burner and followed Fan Xian into the carriage. She was surprised. "Ruoruo, what are you hiding from?" As Fan Xian's wife, Warner understood why Fan Xian had to flee the moment Cece saw King Jing's carriage. Recently, the Fan family and the second prince's faction had been fighting. Fan Xian didn't know how many times Li Hongqing had been slandered. Recently, King Jing had been imprisoned in his manor by King Jing. Needless to say, King Jing had come to find Minister Fan to ask what was going on. Secondly, he had come to talk to Fan Xian. As for the third, it was obvious that he had come to put in a good word for the crown prince and help both sides make peace. The emperor's own younger brother had come, and for so many years, the children of the Fan family had respected King Jing as an elder. They got along very well. If the other side came to make peace, what could Fan Xian do? It was impossible for Fan Xian to stop fighting with the second prince right now. Besides, if he said a few more words, the old gardener would be cunning enough to guess that Fan Xian was framing Li Hongqing. Fan Xian was very afraid of the old man's foul mouth. His status and seniority were enough to crush Fan Xian. What could Fan Xian do? So, of course, all he could do was leave. Of the 36 stratagems, escape was the best. Hearing her sister-in-law's question, Fan Ruoruo, who had always been calm, smiled awkwardly. "Sister-in-law, it would be very awkward to meet him now." Warner was stunned. She immediately thought of how they had bullied Li Hongqing for a few days. King Jing's reputation had been tarnished by her husband. It would be inappropriate for Ruoruo to meet her future father-in-law now. She suddenly thought of how her husband and sister-in-law had both gone into hiding. What would she do if she stayed in the manor? No matter what, the person who came was her little uncle, and her little uncle's mouth. Warner shivered. She took her warm robe from Siki's hand, lowered her head, and went into the carriage. The brother and sister in the carriage were shocked. "Why are you in here?" Warner rolled her eyes. "Uncle is here to punish me. Do you want me to take the blame?" "I'm not that stupid." The servants of Fan Manor in and out of the carriage knew the old prince's temper very well. Seeing their 3 young masters so frightened, they couldn't help but laugh. Amidst the low laughter, Ting Zijing cracked his horsewhip. The carriage of Fan Manor, with the square and round logo on it, quietly drove out. The faint sounds of a few young people complaining to each other could be heard from inside the carriage. The carriage was very careful not to take the main street. Instead, it took a detour and left the southern part of the city without being seen by the servants of King Jing's family. Seeing the carriage disappear at the end of the street, the servants of Fan Manor at the gate immediately dispersed. Not long after, they heard a voice like a bell ring through the back garden of Fan Manor. "CK them." King Jing stood in front of a large group of uneasy servants. Hands on his waist, he looked at the empty and desolate back garden. There wasn't even a mouse left. He was angry. "These little bastards know I'm here, and they're hiding like a fart. Am I that scary?" At the front of the crowd, Lady Lu, the mother of Fan Xian and his 2 brothers, heard the prince say, "CK them." She couldn't help but look distressed. Lowering her voice, she replied, "Your Highness, I told you earlier that those children went to see a doctor in the western part of the city today." King Jing looked at the swinging swing and spat. "Fan Jian's illness was cured by Fan Xian," he scolded. Fan Xian's illness was cured by Fan Xian. Why would he need to see a doctor? 2 flowers bloom, 1 branch first. Putting aside the fact that King Jing was still throwing a tantrum at the air in the back garden, the 3 young people in the carriage had escaped the Fan Manor. They felt relaxed and relaxed. They felt that the air in Jingdo was much fresher in autumn. Their moods were excellent. Ever since Fan Xian returned from northern Qi, a string of things had happened. Not to mention taking his family to the Tsang Mountains for a vacation or to the country estate on the outskirts of the capital to rest, he hadn't even had a good stroll around the capital. All day long, if he wasn't playing tricks, he was playing tricks, and he was sulking with himself in the manor. These days, the situation had been settled, and he had a bit of leisure. But because he had pretended to be sick and didn't go to court, he had to give the emperor enough face. He didn't want to openly wander the streets, so he could only talk to his wife and sister until their mouths were dry. Fortunately, King Jing had come today, and Minister Fan wouldn't be angry at Fan Xian for running away. This gave the three of them a chance to sneak around the capital. Sitting in the carriage, Fan Xian parted the curtains a little. Together with the two girls, they greedily looked at the scenery and people on the street. The stalls selling snacks were constantly yelling, and there were some selling strange things on the corner of the street. It was all peaceful. Warner pouted. "We're out, but it's not convenient to get out. Are we going to just stay in the carriage?" Ruoro frowned. "It's not convenient for you to show your face in public," she suddenly said, "but you can disguise yourself, right?" Fan Xian laughed and said, "Even if the people in the capital don't recognize me, do you think they can't recognize the two flowers in the capital?" Even though they knew he was lying, Warner and Ruoro still felt a bit happy. Girls were easy to please. "Let's go eat at Isher Tavern." Warner was a bit bored, so she suggested, "Let's find a quiet room on the third floor. No one will see us there, and we can enjoy the scenery." Coincidentally, the carriage had just passed by Isher Tavern. Fan Xian looked out the window and suddenly thought of the first time he went shopping after coming to the capital from Danzhou. It was at Isher Tavern with his sister and brother. He couldn't remember what they talked about, but it seemed to have something to do with strength of character. But he did remember giving Guo Baoquan a black fist, and buying a pirated copy of Story of the Stone from a friendly middle-aged woman downstairs. The Guo family had already been brought down by him. The Minister of Rights, Guiyu, had been hanged in prison for the spring examination case. But the case hadn't implicated him, so he didn't know where Guo Baoquan had gone. He didn't answer Warner's question. Instead, he said with some regret, "Isher Tavern, why are there no more booksellers downstairs?" Ruoro looked at him and said quietly, "After my brother opened Donbo bookstore, Fan Xija went to find some people, so the authorities have been stricter. There are fewer booksellers in the capital now." Fan Xian was a bit surprised, and then he remembered that his brother had once said that he would use both black and white to break the business of those who sold pirated books. Thinking of this, he naturally thought of Fan Xija, who was now heading north. He said unconsciously, "Xija should be in Shangjing by the beginning of next month." The carriage suddenly became quiet. Warner and Ruoro looked at each other, and after a while, they said quietly, "It's cold up north. I don't know if he brought enough clothes." Fan Xian lowered his head and smiled. "Don't worry about that, he's 14. He can take care of himself." Although he said this, what he was thinking was a different matter. At least, Fan Xian's dislike of the second prince had increased. He looked at Isher Tavern again, and coldly said, "The Chui family's business is to give money to the second prince. I am not going to take care of their business." Warner did not say anything. After all, the second prince had been with her in the palace for almost 10 years, and they had some feelings for each other. Although she had chosen to remain silent and secretly support Fan Xian in the fight between her husband and her cousin, she could not say anything bad. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit tense, she laughed and said, "If you are not going to support his business, then you should support our own business. Otherwise," she rolled her eyes and teased, "Let's go to Bao Yu brothel," taking his wife and sister to a brothel. Fan Xian was almost scared to death by this suggestion. He coughed and said, "Bao brothel is not my business. It belongs to Sir Chonli." Wana rolled her eyes and said, "Everyone knows that is a trick. If you want to open a brothel, then go ahead. I didn't say anything." Ruoro tilted her head to the side and tried not to laugh. Fan Xian raised an eyebrow and smiled. He said, "Why would I open a brothel? You know I am cleaning up my brother's mess." Warner did not want to hear this, and she said, "It is our own business. Didn't you say the food there is the best in the capital? We are not going to find a girl, we are just going to eat. What is there to be afraid of? Besides, it is our own business, and we do not have to worry about people finding out that you are pretending to be sick and wandering around." Fan Xian immediately refused and said, "If you want to eat, I will ask the chef to make it and send it to the manor. You are a girl and you are sitting in a brothel. It is not appropriate." Warner playfully stuck out her tongue and said, "When the food is ready, it will be cold." Fan Xian did not look happy and said, "Then can I call the chef to come home?" Warner saw him insist, and she couldn't help but sigh. She said, "I really want to go to the Bao brothel. I want to see what my brother-in-law's brothel looks like." She blinked her big eyes and said, "To be honest, I am very curious about this kind of place." Ruoro, who had been silent all this time, suddenly opened her mouth and said, "If you want to go, then go." She saw that Fan Xian was about to say something, and so she said, "It is inappropriate for a girl to sit in a brothel, but is it appropriate for a man like you to sit there?" She smiled and rested her chin on her hand. She said, "Besides, I heard from my brother that you let Miss Sang manage the business of the Bao brothel. I have not heard her sing in half a year. If I don't go to the Bao brothel, where else can I go?" Warner, seeing that her sister-in-law agreed with her, was emboldened. She asked Fan Xian, "You know I like to hear Sangwon sing. I haven't seen her for half a year, and now I know she was taken to the Bao brothel by my brother-in-law. Please take us there." Ruoro then said, "If men can go, then why can't we?" Fan Xian was at a loss for words. He looked at his sister and noticed that she seemed to be getting bolder and bolder. Her way of thinking was different from that of other women in this world. Just from their conversation earlier, it was clear that she was more open, more reasonable, and more feminist than Warner. Of course, this was all due to the way he had taught her since she was a child. But he always felt that the extraordinary temperament she was displaying came from somewhere else. He gave a wry smile and said, "Actually, there is no harm in going to take a look. You guys know that I am a person who loves to shock the world. But, there has been a lot of unrest in the capital recently, and I don't want the imperial censors to have too much to say." Hearing that he had brought up a serious matter, Warner and Ruoro sensibly kept their mouths shut. Fan Xian turned his head to look out of the carriage, and he was shocked to find that not too far away was the front of the Bao brothel. He couldn't help but laugh at Ting Zijing, who was driving the carriage, and say, "You really brought us here. You only know how to please your mistress, and you don't know how to listen to me. Do you still want to be an official in Donghai County? You should know that your family has spoken to me many times already." Ting Zijing laughed and said nothing. It was Warner and Ruoro who covered their mouths and began to laugh. The Fan Manor carriage arrived at the Bao brothel. Although they did not know that it was Fan Xian who was sitting in the carriage, the Bao brothel's receptionist did not dare to be disrespectful. Even Si Chinger, who was in her room on the third floor, recovering from the injury she had sustained in the capital government, limped downstairs to wait on them. When she saw that it was Commissioner Fan, who was rumored to be seriously ill, Si Chinger couldn't help but be shocked. To be able to see the legendary young procuress, the two noble ladies in the carriage were pleased. But they were disappointed to find that Sang Wen was not in the brothel. She was said to have been invited by some manor to sing. Without this excuse, Fan Xian would not have allowed them to go to the Baoyu brothel. But he was a little puzzled. Sang Wen was now a free woman, and she had secretly joined the Overwatch Council. She did not need to care about the feelings of the nobles in the capital, so why would she go to someone's manor to sing? What kind of manor would have such an honor? The carriage left the Baoyu brothel, and seeing the two disappointed ladies, Fan Xian smiled and said, "If you are out to have fun, you should be happy." The Baoyu brothel is not the most luxurious place in the capital, and the food the chefs here make is not the best. Before he finished speaking, Warner cut in and said, "Don't try to lie to us. The Baoyu brothel is very famous. If you want to say it is not the best, then you have to say it is in the palace." She giggled and said, "I don't mind going into the palace to see those concubines. I haven't seen them for a few days." "But husband, aren't you afraid that His Majesty will be furious when he sees you pretending to be sick in the palace?" Fan Xian smiled and pinched her nose, saying, "Don't curse me. I will take you to a place that is more comfortable than the palace. The food they make here is better than the chefs in the palace." The two ladies were shocked, and thought to themselves, everything under the sky belongs to the king. How could there be a place more luxurious than the palace? Even if the salt merchants had the power to do so, they did not have the guts to violate the rules. The carriage drove out of the south gate of the capital, and when it reached the outskirts, the people on the road became sparse. The secret agents of the Chinian unit and the guards of the Fan Manor, who were protecting Fan Xian in secret, could not help but awkwardly reveal themselves. They looked at each other, and then uncomfortably followed the carriage not too far behind. They followed the carriage to a quiet mountain in the outskirts of the capital. The closer they got to the mountain, the narrower the road was. It still maintained the standard of the Qin kingdom, but the forest beside the road was even more beautiful. The scenery was beautiful. The yellow autumn grass was mixed with wildflowers that had not yet withered, and the trees with white bark and green branches were scattered behind the grass. Countless layers of color, as if it had been painted by a painter, naturally spread out in the surrounding forest. It was very beautiful. Lin Warner and Fan Ruoruo could not help but sigh. The scenery here was very beautiful, but why had they not heard anyone mention it? He hadn't even been to this place on his previous excursions. Logically speaking, such a good place should have long been seized by the palace or some high-ranking official to build a residence. Why didn't he know who it belonged to? But looking at the width of the mountain road, they could guess that the residence they were about to go to must be the residence of someone extraordinary. But seeing that Fan Xian was still deliberately mystifying them, the two women were a little unhappy, so they shut their mouths and did not speak to him, only admiring the scenery around them. The mountain road gradually came to an end, and the carriage turned into a forest. A very large manor suddenly appeared in front of them. It was like the residence of an immortal, suddenly removed from the clouds of magic, appearing in front of the eyes of mortals. The buildings in the manor were not tall, but they were distributed very well. They were mixed with the short trees and stones in the garden, complementing the principles of nature. Although not ostentatious, the details of the eaves, corners, and doorknobs clearly revealed a noble atmosphere. "How is it compared to the palace?" Fan Xian asked with a smile. Lin Warner closed her mouth in surprise and laughed mockingly. "Each has its merits, but this is not our manor. What are you so proud of?" Fan Xian waved his hand. "The owner of this place said that he would give it to me in the future. But there is something wrong with this place, and I do not want to move here." At this moment, even Ruoruo was shocked. "What is wrong with this?" she asked in surprise. "There are too many women," Fan Xian said seriously. "Who knows how many beautiful women are hidden in this manor?" Ignoring the shock of the two women beside him, the carriage stopped under Fan Xian's command. He got out of the carriage under the gazes of the two women. He took out the commissioner's insignia from his waist and abruptly extended it into the grass to the side. Like a magic trick, a person appeared out of the grass. The person was wearing very ordinary clothes, like a woodcutter commonly seen in the mountains. The woodcutter carefully examined the insignia and stared at Fan Xian for a long time. Then, with great embarrassment, he said, "Sir, this is a dead rule. Please forgive me." "I am not blaming you," Fan Xian said with a smile. "My wife and sister are in the carriage." The woodcutter did not dare to respond. He respectfully retreated and found another unremarkable hiding place. The carriage began to move again, following the mountain path toward the manor. The road was incomparably quiet, but at this moment, the two women in the carriage could guess that this road was no less guarded than the palace. It could even be said that there was danger at every step. Even if a small army wanted to attack, they would probably return in defeat. Of course, these two women were exceptionally intelligent. At this moment, they had finally guessed who the owner of this manor was. To be able to enjoy more luxurious things than the palace, to be able to live in such a garden, to be able to have such strict security, other than the owner of the Overwatch Council, who else could it be? Behind the carriage, the two groups of people who were in charge of protecting the carriage also wisely stopped in their tracks. They helplessly squatted down and began to herd the goats. Since they were already here, there was no need for these people to be bodyguards. The leader of the Qinian unit, Su Wenmao, nodded to the leader of the Fan Manor Guards. The leader of the guards returned the greeting with some embarrassment. "Be content." Su Wenmao smiled to the people on the other side of the road. "For people like us to be so close to the director's courtyard, it is all thanks to the commissioner's good fortune." Of course. The leader of the guards glanced at the beautiful manor in the distance with some envy. Then, they sat on the grass and began to chew on grass. Bored, they looked up at the sky and yawned. In the beautiful manor lived Qin Pingping. In the entire Qin kingdom, other than the emperor, the old cripple with the most power. Unlike other civil and military officials, Qin Pingping's position in the Qin court was too special. He always claimed to be sick and refused to go to court, so he had time to live in the garden outside the city. Basically, his family in the capital did not live there much. Today, Fan Xian, the young man who pretended to be sick, came to see Qin Pingping, the old man who pretended to be sick. After all, he had been here a few times, so he was familiar with the way. He went straight to the gate of the garden. The plaque in the garden had two large words written on it, Qin Garden. It was personally inscribed by the late emperor, and was incomparably valuable. He looked at the two carriages parked outside the gate and couldn't help but frown. He never would have thought that there would be guests in the garden today. With Qin Pingping's cold and lonely temperament, and the Overwatch Council's evil reputation, ordinary officials would never come to drink tea. Who were the guests today? Warner got out of the carriage behind him. With one glance, she saw the insignia of the first carriage. She smiled and said, "People of the royal family." Fan Xian was slightly surprised. The old man at the gate of the Qin garden had long since flown down the steps to greet them. He knew that the young master Fan in front of him was different from all the other officials in the world. He was the most valued junior of the director, and was also the director's appointed successor. Naturally, he did not dare to be arrogant. With great politeness, he said in a very quiet voice, "It's Prince He and young Master Qin of the Bureau of Military Affairs." Fan Xian tilted his head and scratched the back of his neck. The great prince and young Master Qin. He knew that young Master Qin was currently in the palace discussing matters. He was already an important official who had entered the center of the court. Most importantly, above young Master Qin was Old Qin, the former director of the military affairs and now the head of the Bureau of Military Affairs, Old General Qin. This family was very powerful, and had deep influence in the Qin military. The great prince had fought in the west for many years, and his relationship with the Qin family was not shallow. Why would these two people come to Chen Pingping's manor? Fan Xian stood at the bottom of the stone steps and was not in a hurry to enter. He wondered if this visit had anything to do with him. Although the relationship between the military and the Overwatch Council had always been very harmonious, this matter was still a bit strange. He smiled. He did not care that the court found out about his outing. He took his wife and sister into the garden. He wanted to see what this great prince had in mind. Passing through the extremely beautiful and luxuriously decorated garden, they finally arrived at the main hall where Chen Pingping received his guests. Without waiting for anyone to announce his arrival, Fan Xian strode in. He had not thought of what to say, but when he saw Sang Wen singing in the corner of the hall, her face full of unease, he couldn't help but laugh and say, "I guessed it. In the entire capital, only your family would dare to force Sang Wen to come and sing." Sang Wen was not at the Baoyue brothel, she was in the Qin garden. Sang Wen was the shopkeeper of the Baoyue brothel, and she was a new member of the Overwatch Council. For Chen Pingping to drag her to sing a song, it was only a matter of saying a few words. The laughter echoed in the hall. Chen Pingping, who was sitting in the main seat, raised his eyes with a not-quite-there smile. He looked at the three young men and women who had arrived unexpectedly. His usually cold eyes now had a glimmer of warmth. His skinny hands gently stroked the gray wool blanket on his legs, which had not changed for many years. He laughed and scolded, "I thought you thought I had too many women here. Why are you here today? If you want to come, then come. Why did you bring your wife and sister? Are you afraid I will call some women to come and eat you alive?" The two young men sitting in the guest seats were startled. They turned their heads to look in the direction of the hall, and for a moment, they froze. It was Sang Wen who stopped singing. With a face full of smiles, she stood up and bowed to Fan Xian and the two girls. A moment later, one of the young men, who was dressed in casual clothing, still exuded the aura of a soldier. He first bowed to Warner, who was standing behind Fan Xian, and then he warmly greeted Fan Ruoruo. With a face full of smiles, he said to Fan Xian, "Young Master Fan, it is an honor to meet you." Fan Xian had seen Qin Heng before, and he knew that his family background was excellent. He was highly appreciated by the emperor, and he was a rising star in the Qin kingdom. His future was limitless. Fan Xian bowed back and said, "Greetings, young Master Qin." Although Qin Heng's rank was higher than Fan Xian's, they both knew each other's power and status. So, there was no need to play games. Qin Heng smiled warmly and said, "Today, I came to visit the director. I did not expect to see you again, Commissioner Fan. My luck is not bad." Fan Xian saw that his smile did not seem to be fake, and he felt comfortable. He said, "I will not lie about being closer in the future. Since I have met you today, of course I will drink a few cups." Qin Heng laughed loudly and said, "Commissioner Fan, you are indeed a wonderful person. Your actions are unexpected. You did not mention that you were sick and did not attend court. Instead, you wanted to drink to your heart's content. I wanted to make fun of you, but I could not open my mouth." Fan Xian looked at Chen Pingping, who was sitting in the main seat. He smiled bitterly and said, "Of course, we are of the younger generation. It depends on whether or not the host is willing to bring good wine to our guests." Chen Pingping opened his mouth and scolded, "You have more money than I do." Qin Heng's expression did not change. He smiled slightly, but his heart was thumping. He was extremely shocked. The officials had always thought that the reason Fan Xian was able to have such glory in the Overwatch Council was mainly because of the Emperor's appreciation and training. But now, seeing Fan Xian talk to Director Qin, who everyone feared, in such a rude manner, and Director Chen's response was so natural, Qin Heng felt a little strange. It seemed that Director Chen and Commissioner Fan's relationship was indeed not ordinary. Although the Emperor's appreciation was important, if he really wanted to control the Overwatch Council, the most important thing was still Chen Pingping's attitude. It was only now that Qin Heng truly realized that this young man in front of him, Fan Xian, would one day truly control the Overwatch Council in his hands. Then the military had to speed up the process of making friends with this person. It was no longer just him saying a few good words for Fan Xian and then using other people's mouths to convey goodwill to the Fan manor. With only a few words, they had already exchanged a lot of useful information. Fan Xian also understood that Chen Pingping was using this opportunity to express his true attitude to the military and strengthen his bargaining chips. The two of them exchanged a few more words before Fan Xian seemed to react. He turned around and prepared to salute the Great Prince, who was sitting to the side. Logically speaking, his actions were a bit rude, but everyone in the hall knew that he and the Great Prince had argued the first time they met. And Qin Heng was on good terms with the Great Prince, so he did not care too much about this matter. As for Chen Pingping, he did not care about some palace etiquette or any of that sort of rubbish. Just when Fan Xian thought the Great Prince would be angry, he turned his head and almost became angry. He saw his wife sitting obediently next to the Great Prince, beaming with joy as she said something to the Great Prince. Although he knew that Warner had been raised in Ning the Talented's palace since she was a child, which meant that the Great Prince had watched her grow up, and that the two of them were like biological siblings, seeing this scene, Fan Xian was still very unhappy. Even more unhappy was that even Ruoruo was sitting next to the Great Prince, listening with great interest to what the Great Prince was saying. Fan Xian perked up his ears and listened for a bit. Only then did he realize that the Great Prince was talking about the war in the West and the fight for horses with the Hu people. The people of Qing loved martial arts, and the Great Prince was a hero and idol among the people. Even Warner and Ruoruo could not stand out from the crowd. Fan Xian felt a bit jealous, and his mouth was a bit bitter. He thought to himself, I am a pacifist. Why don't I go fight a few battles and show you girls how powerful I am on horseback? He was unhappy, but there was no reaction on his face. Instead, he laughed and very naturally bowed to the Great Prince. He said, I am Fan Xian. Greetings, Great Prince, Prince He. When the Great Prince saw Fan Xian, he was already a bit depressed. Hearing his tone, he couldn't help but say, Fan Xian, did I offend you somewhere? When you see me, do you feel unhappy if you don't say a few words to me? He turned his head to Lin Warner and said, Chinner, the husband you married, is not very good. Lin Warner and the Great Prince were very familiar with each other. Hearing him talk about her husband, she was not going to let it go. She picked up a fruit from the table and stuffed it into his mouth. She said, How can you talk about your brother-in-law like that when you see him? Fan Xian laughed. Brother-in-law sounded better. He went to sit below Ruoruo. A servant from the Qin garden had already brought him hot towels and tea. Although he knew that the Great Prince and Qin Heng had come to see the old cripple for something important, he shamelessly stayed in the hall, not giving them a chance to speak naturally. Lin Warner knew that outside the capital, the diplomatic mission and the Western Expedition Army were fighting over the road. In the end, this was Fan Xian's fault. But she also knew the reason why Fan Xian did this. Now that he had the second prince as a target, there was no need for Fan Xian to offend the Great Prince. Furthermore, she did not want to see her husband and the Great Prince, who was the closest to her, in conflict. So, she unconsciously pulled the two of them to talk, wanting to ease the tension between them. Everyone knew what she was doing. It was just that men were bound to have times when they could not see through it. So the great prince looked at his nose and ignored her. Fan Xian just smiled and talked to Qin Heng. He asked him how the old Qin general was and when he would take the time to visit his manor. Chen Pingping looked like he had fallen asleep. He was half lying in his wheelchair. It was strange. Even in his own luxurious home, he still insisted on sitting in his wheelchair instead of the more comfortable couch. Seeing this, Lin Wanner could not do anything. She could only sigh. Ruoruo, on the other hand, began to laugh. The great prince, who was good at fighting, and the great prince, who was a popular official in the court, were fighting like two little boys. It was a very funny scene. In the end, even Qin Heng felt that he could not talk to Fan Xian anymore. The great prince suddenly said coldly, "I heard that Commissioner Fan has been sick in bed recently and cannot go to court. Even the Imperial Censorate cannot defend you. I did not think that you would be so interested in traveling today." Fan Xian yawned and said, "I will go to court tomorrow." Tomorrow. Qin Heng was shocked. He thought to himself, "Are you not going to play sick anymore? Then tomorrow, there will be a good show to watch in court, but I was dragged to Qin Garden by the great prince." The thing I wanted to talk about was not easy to say in front of Fan Xian. It was not easy for him to say it, but the great prince was straightforward. He faced Chen Pingping and said respectfully, "Uncle, about the second prince, you should say something." He tilted his head to look at Fan Xian and continued, "I do not care about what happens in court, but the rumors in the capital are a bit too ridiculous. Furthermore, the second prince has a few officials who are truly talented. If they are removed like this, for the court, it will be a loss." Qin Heng thought to himself that Fan Xian was quite the scoundrel. He wanted to refute Fan Xian right in front of him. But now that things had come to this, he could only force himself to smile bitterly and say, "Yes, Director. The Emperor has not said anything. If you do not show yourself and things continue to get out of hand, it will not look good for the court." Fan Xian smiled. These two were very straightforward. The great prince and Qin Heng's intentions were very clear. The second prince's faction was already being suppressed by the Overwatch Council, and it was not good for him to make an appearance himself. He could only ask his eldest brother to make an appearance, and he also pulled in the Qin family of the Bureau of Military Affairs. For them to go directly to Chen Pingping was a very good plan. They were not trying to poach Fan Xian, they were pulling in the firewood under Fan Xian's pot. If Chen Pingping really wanted Fan Xian to stop, he would have to agree. However, he had already received the benefits he deserved. The Jingdo magistrate had been removed, and the officials sent by the second prince in the 6 ministries had all met with some misfortune. Fan Xian did not care much about these things. Instead, he cared about the way the great prince had addressed him earlier. He had called Chen Pingping uncle. No matter how unfathomable Chen Pingping's power was, no matter how close he was to the emperor, it was still inappropriate for the great prince to call him uncle. If word got out, it would probably scare people to death. Who was Fan Xian's uncle? It was King Jing, not an official. While he was thinking, Chen Pingping had already opened his listless eyes. He coughed and said, "We'll talk about the second prince later. I say." He pointed at Lin Wanner and Ruoruo and coughed. Ahem, this is the first time you two have come to my garden. Why don't you greet the host?" In reality, there were not many people who were not afraid of Chen Pingping. Especially in many legends and stories, Chen Pingping had been successfully made into the image of a demon who could not walk. Although Lin Wanner and Ruoruo were of noble status, facing the leader of the dark forces of the Qin kingdom, they still felt some fear. So when they entered the hall, they quickly sat next to the great prince. Hearing the old man speak, Lin Wanner and Ruoruo had no choice but to stand up with bitter faces. They walked in front of Chen Pingping and bowed, giving him the courtesy of a junior. Chen Pingping laughed and said, "What are you afraid of? You have a mother and a father, you are not much better than me." He was talking about the eldest princess and the crafty minister Fan. He then said to the great prince, "As for the matter you spoke of, since the person in question is already here, you can tell him directly, he can make the decision. Princess, Lady Fan, help me push the old man's wheelchair. I will take you to see the treasures in Chen Garden." The two girls and Sang-wen pushed the old cripple's wheelchair out of the hall, leaving Fan Xian and the great Prince Qin Heng behind. They looked at each other, thinking that the old man did not do things in the right way. He used his own home as a battlefield for the juniors to fight while he took 3 beautiful women to walk around the garden. Chapter 304. Qin Heng was a smart man. Otherwise, no matter how prominent his father's position in the military was, he would not have been able to sneak into the great prince's office at the age of 30 to discuss official business. So, he stood up calmly and raised his hands in salute to the great prince and Fan Xian. He said, "People have 3 urgent needs. You guys talk first." Without waiting for the two of them to reply, he had already taken steady steps and did not reveal any strange emotions. Like a gust of wind, he swept past the corner of the hall and, under the guidance of the servants in Chen Garden, went straight to the latrine. Fan Xian couldn't help but laugh. He thought of how he had caused a ruckus in the Ministry of Justice Yamen. The vice official of the Supreme Court, who had represented the military to make trouble for him, had, in the end, seen the conflict escalate and fled. It looked like the Qin family had already studied this trick to perfection. The atmosphere in the hall was a bit heavy. In the end, it was the great prince who broke the silence. Slowly, he said, "Qin Heng and I have both been through war. Us soldiers are straightforward, so we speak frankly. I don't like to see soldiers throw their lives away and spill their blood while the nobles in Jingdo attack each other and make the country restless. If there is a fight between factions, no matter who wins or loses in the end, the talents in the court will always suffer some losses." Fan Xian tidied up his clothes and sat for a few breaths as if thinking about something. Only then did he slowly open his mouth. He couldn't help but carry a glimmer of coldness in his voice. "Prince Hitchings, meaning, I understand. However, presumably you know the cause of this matter. The soldiers have gone into the fire and knives for the court. Are the officials of the Overwatch Council not the same? I think that the secret agents of the Council in a foreign country face no less danger than the soldiers of the Western Expedition Army. I am a member of the Overwatch Council. Although my temperament is not straightforward, I am not someone who naturally likes to play tricks. If you want me to go to the north to do things for the court, I think I will be happy. But if someone comes to provoke me, even if this power comes from within the court, I will not be lenient." The great prince was silent. He suddenly raised his head and prepared to say something. Fan Xian waved his hand and said, "It is only a fight of interests. It has nothing to do with the peace of the country. I am the commissioner of the Overwatch Council. If I cannot even protect my own interests, how can I prove that I have the ability to protect the interests of the court? To protect His Majesty's interests?" He then sneered, "Your Highness, don't say that it doesn't matter who wins or loses. If the other party is aggressive and I'm beaten to the point where I can't fight back, are you willing to be my lobbyist?" The great prince furrowed his brows. His already tanned face appeared even darker. "Fan Xian, you need to be clear about your role. You are an official. When you do things, you need to know your limits." These words were actually very common. In the eyes of the princes, Fan Xian's actions had already been a bit excessive. Furthermore, as an official, the courage he had displayed in this matter was a bit too strong. The great prince thought that his warning to Fan Xian should have been a form of goodwill. He had no idea that because of Fan Xian's background, he would often hear such words, which were particularly ear-piercing. I am a subject. Fan Xian stared into the great prince's eyes. But in front of me, the so-called difference between a ruler and an official is that, the ruler is the emperor, and the crown prince is the future emperor. Aside from these two, I believe that everyone else, including you, is an official. There is no essential difference. The great prince looked at Fan Xian with some surprise. It seemed that he had not expected Fan Xian to say something like this. He narrowed his eyes, and a cold light flashed in them. For Chen Er's sake, I must remind you again. If you get too involved in the emperor's family matters, it will not be a good thing for the Fan family in the future. Fan Xian smiled. The emperor has no family matters. Does your highness not understand this? The great prince choked on the words the emperor has no family matters. He angrily slapped the armrest of his chair. Fan Xian narrowed his eyes and said evenly, the furniture in the director's house is all antiques. Your highness, please go easy on them. The great prince was stunned. After a moment of silence, he shook his head. Fan Xian, perhaps I have underestimated you. Fan Xian was slightly surprised. Why do you say that? My ambition is to be on horseback. If the military wants to beautifully attack everywhere on the stage of the world, we need a stable rear, the great prince said with narrowed eyes. The great prince narrowed his eyes and said, that is why many people, including me, believe that the court needs peace. These past few years, I have been far away in the West, but I know that although the court is somewhat unstable, it can always be controlled within a certain range until you came to Jingdo. Fan Xian shook his head and smiled. He did not know how to respond. Your appearance was too sudden. Your rise was also too sudden. The great prince looked at him and said, it was so sudden that most people in the court were not prepared, and you already have enough power to break the balance. Finally, the great prince said the central idea of the day. There are many people who hope that you can maintain the balance in Jingdo and not wildly advance and sweep everything away. Fan Xian fell silent. He knew that what the great prince said not only represented his attitude, but also the attitude of the vast majority of people in the military. From Danzhou to Jingdo, in less than 2 years, he had already taken control of the Overwatch Council and made a name for himself. Putting aside the question of whether or not he would be in charge of the palace treasury next year, his current ability to control both civil and military meant that he already had the ability to call the wind and summon the rain in the officialdom. And this time, in the battle with the second prince's faction, the current trend of victory and defeat allowed his power to be displayed to the fullest. If a young official had the ability to easily defeat a prince, it would always make the other powers in the officialdom feel a trace of fear. The military's message for him to go easy on the second prince was not a threat, nor was it a protection of the royal family's dignity. It was a test to see if he, the person who would take over the Overwatch Council in the future, was rational enough and sincere enough to maintain the balance of the Qin kingdom. After all, the military and the Overwatch Council had always been on good terms. It could even be said that how many of the Qin kingdom's soldiers could survive on the front lines was directly related to the wisdom and bearing of the leaders of the Overwatch Council. Have you thought about why I am fighting this battle this time? Fan Xian did not call the great prince Your Highness, nor did he take the great prince's warning to heart. Instead, he asked this question with a smile. The great prince frowned slightly. He had not thought deeply about this question, but now that Fan Xian had asked him, he understood. The Overwatch Council had never interfered in the battles between the princes. Thinking of all the possibilities, he suddenly raised his head and looked at Fan Xian with some surprise. Fan Xian was slightly startled. It seemed that he had not thought that the great prince would be so ignorant of the tricks of power, but he still wore a smile on his face. I just want to vent my anger, and at the same time, wake someone up a little. After an extremely long period of silence, the eldest prince's brows suddenly twitched, as if he had understood something. He actually laughed out loud, and then calmly said, "That second brother of mine is actually a smart person. This time, he suffered such a great loss at your hands. I believe it will make him wary. Perhaps there will be some unexpected results." They were both smart men, and Fan Xian immediately understood the hidden meaning in these words. After thinking for a moment, he said evenly, "Perhaps. Your Highness and I have some intentions. But whether or not the second prince will be able to obtain those benefits depends on how you persuade him." The great prince looked at him with great interest. It seemed that he had admitted this, but he did not dare to believe it. He said doubtfully, "I just don't understand. Why are you so worried about this matter?" Fan Xian thought to himself. Even if they were brothers, it was not easy for them to be reborn. Were they really going to watch Xuanwu Gate unfold? But no matter what, he could not bring himself to say this reason, so he could only laugh it off. Besides, he was still wary of the great prince. Although everyone in the court knew that the great prince was the most broad-minded, only interested in martial arts, and had never coveted the throne, he was, after all, the son of that traitorous emperor. Who knew what he was really thinking? Where it is possible to forgive, forgive. The great prince glanced at Fan Xian meaningfully. Given his status, it was not easy for him to speak on behalf of the second prince in such a manner. Fan Xian smiled and nodded. He knew that he could not kill the second prince, so he did not mind doing him a favor. This decision had nothing to do with the attitude of the great prince or the military. It was purely because the emperor in the palace was watching him. Big brother is watching you. Fan Xian had given the military enough face, and the great prince could not say anything more. After all, he knew that his second brother was not someone to be trifled with. In the end, the Fan family had paid a great price for this. If they did not reap any benefits, they would not give up. But after the matter was settled, the two unfamiliar people sat in the hall of the Qin garden. They could not find a topic to talk about, and the atmosphere was a bit cold and awkward. Qin Heng left to pay his respects for a very long time. The two of them sat in chairs, drinking tea without much taste. Suddenly, Fan Xian said, "How has the great princess been? I have been busy with official business and have not been able to pay my respects. Please, great prince, send my regards." In officialdom, choosing a topic to talk about was a very learned thing. Fan Xian picked this matter to talk about for a reason. As expected, the great prince said seriously, "Sir Fan, you escorted me to the south. I thank you." This was Fan Xian's strength. Only by choosing an appropriate topic could he effectively close the distance between them. At the same time, he had to make the other person feel indebted to him. He smiled and said a few humble words. He then began to talk about the scenery in the north with the great prince. The marriage between the great prince and the great princess of northern Qi was set for next spring. At the moment, the great princess was basically living in the palace. She had seen the great prince a few times. According to the rumors in the capital, this political marriage seemed to be quite satisfied with each other. Fan Xian had been the envoy last time, so according to the traditional view of the Qing people, he was the great prince's matchmaker. After a shallow conversation, Fan Xian's impression of the great prince changed a little. As a prince, it was rare to see him so open and direct. Perhaps it was because his birth mother was not very noble. Back then, she was just a prisoner of war in Dongyi. The great prince did not have the noble air of the second prince, the third prince, or the crown prince. On the contrary, he was much more straightforward. When he spoke, his voice was powerful and loud. He did not pay much attention to hiding it. No wonder his wife was the best friend of this prince, Fan Xian thought. A smile rose on his face as he chatted with the great prince. Hearing the great prince's enthusiasm when it came to military matters, Fan Xian could only sigh to himself. He knew very well that he did not have much talent in military matters. Compared to the great prince, who had led troops for many years, it was better to remain silent. "Sir Fan, have you seen Shang Shanhu?" The great prince's face suddenly showed a leisurely yearning, with a slight look of admiration. Fan Xian was slightly surprised. "I think I saw him from afar in Shangjing Palace, but I did not have much of an impression." The great prince slapped his thigh and looked at him hatefully. "You do not know me, you do not know me. How could I miss such a great opportunity to make friends?" His words were full of regret. "Oh." Fan Xian raised his eyebrows. "Why does the great prince think so highly of Shang Shanhu?" he asked curiously. "A heroic general of a generation." The great prince gave a very direct forward evaluation. He narrowed his eyes and said in a cold voice, "Independently supporting the defense line of northern Qi that stretches for 3,000 li, preventing the barbarians from invading south for more than 10 years. He also sent out troops one after another to penetrate the snowy region and behead thousands of northern barbarians." Perhaps Sir Fan does not know this, but although the Hu people and barbarians are fierce, the western Hu people are much weaker than the northern barbarians. I have been dealing with the Hu people in the west for many years, and increasingly feel that Shang Shanhu has been able to hold out for so many years despite the instability of the northern Qi court. It is a pity that Shang Shanhu has been transferred back to Shangjing. Perhaps there will be a chance to meet the great prince on the battlefield, Fan Xian said with a smile. A glimmer of confidence rose to the great prince's face. He slowly said, "If we can make this great general work for the court, there will naturally be great benefits. No, if we really meet on the battlefield in the future, although I have always admired this person's strange art of war, I will still have to use everything I have learned in my life to deal with him." This was the so-called heroic spirit. Fan Xian looked at the great prince and felt a sense of loss in the depths of his heart. He knew that what he had learned since he was a child had gone in the wrong direction. With the ideas of his previous life at work, it would be difficult for him to cultivate the heroic spirit that had been forged in the fires of war in this life. But he also had his own confidence. He smiled and said, "Although I have never learned Shang Shanhu's military tactics, seeing how he killed Xinzhong in the rain, this person does indeed dare to act strangely. He is silent, like a sudden clap of thunder, catching everyone by surprise. He is decisive and resolute in killing. He is truly a master." The great prince gave a faint smile and looked at him strangely. "The provost of Northern Qi's Discipline Commission, Xinzhong. I'm afraid this matter has something to do with Commissioner Fan." Xinzhong's death was the first step in Fan Xian's and Haitang's plan. There were actually some people who suspected the role the Kingdom of Qin played, but now that the great prince had pointed it out, Fan Xian still felt a chill in his heart. He smiled and played dumb. "Your Highness should know that people like us do things that cannot be seen in the light. We are not as valiant as your Highness or that Shang Shanhu, but sometimes we can help the court." The great prince stared into his eyes and suddenly said, "This is why I said earlier that I underestimated you." Although Shang Shanhu was insufferably arrogant, he was still used as a puppet by Commissioner Fan. "Master Fan, the way you do things is indeed unfathomable." Shang Shanhu's assassination of Xinzhong in the rainy street had been cleverly arranged by the Emperor of Northern Qi and Haitang. But if the world misunderstood that he had played a more important role in it, it would raise his fearsome image and other people's assessment of his strength to another level. Of course, Fan Xian would not let such an opportunity pass him by. He laughed shamelessly and agreed. "I hear that Master Fan is a 9th-level warrior." The great prince looked at Fan Xian, his eyes full of meaning. Fan Xian tilted his head slightly and laughed lightly. Your Highness, I have no interest in fighting with you. No matter who wins or loses, it will be a loss to the court. The great prince did not expect Fan Xian to be so cunning. He immediately understood what he meant, and then used the words he had said earlier to shut his mouth. He could not help but feel depressed. He was a man who loved martial arts, and of course he wanted to compete with Fan Xian, who rarely fought. There are many people who want to teach me a lesson. Fan Xian thought about how he might run into the shadow in a bit, and smiled bitterly. Not many, Your Highness. Just yawn and let me go. The great prince was surprised again. He had always been a cheerful and direct person, and he liked to make friends. But he was a prince, and he had a murderous aura built up from years in the army. Not many officials dared to speak freely to him. But this Fan Xian in front of him, outside the gates of the capital, had not been very respectful to him. Today, in Chen Garden, he had not been very polite. He laughed and cursed. It was as if he did not see the great prince as a prince. He took a deep breath. He felt that the world was indeed different. At least around this young man called Fan Xian, the world was different. Master Fan, your words are interesting. I like talking to you. The great prince saw that Qin Heng had finally returned. He smiled and stood up. You give me face, and we will forget about the fight for the road outside Jingdou. But, in the future, if I want to talk to you, you better not play sick or go to the bathroom. Fan Xian smiled and bowed. I dare not disobey. The great prince's words are more interesting than those others. Those others were, of course, the other princes of the emperor. The great prince did not say goodbye to Chen Pingping. He knew that this strange director did not care about these empty courtesies. He left Chen Garden with Qin Heng. Before leaving the garden, Qin Heng said something to Fan Xian in a quiet voice. They set a time for him to go to the Qin Manor. They got into the carriage and drove out of the most heavily guarded mountain road outside Chen Garden. They passed by the guards of Fan Manor and the members of the Qinian unit of the Overwatch Council, who were squatting in the grass like bandits. Only then did the great prince put down the curtain and coldly said, Fan Xian is indeed different. Qin Heng smiled and said, according to father, the stronger Fan Xian is, the better. Otherwise, in the future, the Overwatch Council will be controlled by a good-for-nothing. I'm afraid the old men in the Bureau of Military Affairs will die of anger. Our brothers in the army will not have a good life either. The great prince nodded and suddenly sighed. After leaving the capital for many years, I am not used to it. I don't even have anyone to talk to. Most of his bodyguards had been dismissed, and the establishment of the Western Expedition Army had also been disbanded. The Ministry of War had transferred soldiers to the Sioux border in the west. He was now in the capital, and his situation was somewhat similar to that of the great general in the north. However, he was a prince after all, and compared to Shang Shanhu, his treatment and status were naturally much better. How was your talk with Commissioner Fan? Not bad. The great prince said, your father should be able to relax. Even if Director Qin were to retire, I believe that with Fan Xian's ability, the Overwatch Council will still be able to maintain its efficiency and support the work of the army. Qin Heng shook his head. I believe that as well. But in my opinion, this Sir Fan Jr. might be even better. Sir Fan Jr. is meticulous and has made friends in many different countries. His martial arts are already at the level of a 9th-level fighter. He also has perfect control over the affairs of the Overwatch Council. Don't forget his identity as the Immortal of Poetry. He is a leader of the literati who was given books by Master Zhuang. In the future, he will become the director of the Overwatch Council. Such a person, he said, his face full of disbelief, has never appeared before. I think in the future, he will go even further than Director Qin. The great prince sighed and said, don't forget, next year, he will take over the palace treasury. But to put him in the eye of the storm, to receive the attention of the world and arrows from the dark, I don't know what father is thinking. Now that the emperor had been brought up, Qin Heng could not continue the conversation. The great prince smiled and looked at him. He continued, but Fan Xian is still young. Compared to the director, he has a fatal weakness. I think he knows this very well. So this time, he is using the second prince's matter to show his power and shock the world. He is protecting his own weakness first. What weakness? Qin Heng asked curiously. His mind is fettered. The great prince narrowed his eyes and said solemnly, Uncle is different. Uncle has no children. His parents died young, and he does not have a single relative or a true friend. Although there are many beauties in the garden, he does not have a single woman he truly loves. He is truly alone. The enemies cannot find Uncle's weakness, so how can they defeat him? But Fan Xian is different. He has a wife, a sister, a family, and friends. These are all his weaknesses. Qin Heng thought about it. It was true. In the entire Qin kingdom, no one knew who Chen Pingping had truly cared about in his life. Other than the emperor. No relatives, no friends, no love. This kind of life must not be easy. Qin Heng was not an old man. Thinking about this, he felt a bit sad. It is not easy for the director, the great prince said with a respectful expression. For Fan Xian to reach this realm, he is still far from it. In the Qin garden, singing was mixed with the sound of stringed instruments. It was as soft as a powerless cloud, greasy and slippery as it floated in the air. A dozen or so beauties dressed in luxurious clothing were singing and dancing on a platform in the middle of the lake. Chen Pingping sat in his wheelchair, accompanied by Wanner and Ruoruo. He looked at this scene with a face full of enjoyment. Sangwen was holding a harp and playing a song for the dancing girls. What an easy and carefree life of a noble. In the carriage that left the garden, the two young men from the Qin kingdom's military felt great sympathy for Chen Pingping's life. Fan Xian walked over from the other side. Chen Pingping gently clapped his hands, and the singing and dancing immediately ended. Another beautiful woman carefully led a few female guests to the back to rest. Wanner knew that Fan Xian must have something to say to Director Chen, so she followed the beautiful woman. Before she left, she looked at Fan Xian, wanting to ask him how his conversation with the great prince went. Fan Xian smiled and nodded, putting his wife's heart at ease. He walked behind Chen Pingping and consciously put his hands on the back of the wheelchair. He asked, "Where are we going?" Chen Pingping raised his withered hand and pointed to the forest on the east side of the garden. Fan Xian silently pushed the wheelchair in that direction. The old man and the young man did not speak. It was still early, but the autumn sun was still cold. It shone down from above the forest, dragging the wheelchair and the person's shadows. The wheels of the wheelchair squeaked as they rolled over the shadows. "He calls you uncle." Fan Xian pushed the wheelchair and walked slowly through the sparse leafless autumn forest. He smiled. "Aren't you afraid of the Imperial Censorate reporting you? That's a big crime. You're afraid of the Imperial Censorate reporting you. It's not like you'll lose 2 layers of skin. If all the memorials to me were kept, I'm afraid the Emperor's royal study would be full." Chen Pingping expressionlessly said, "He calls me uncle. That is the Emperor's permission. No one can say anything. The Emperor's permission." Fan Xian was a little surprised. Chen Pingping turned his head and glanced at him. He said lightly, "Ning the Talented was a prisoner of Dongyi. During that northern expedition, the Emperor almost lost his life in the mountains and rivers of the north. It was because of Ning the Talented that he made it through. Later, the great prince was born." Fan Xian had heard this story before. He knew that when the emperor was in desperate straits, it was he who pushed the withered old man in the wheelchair and led the Black Knights to rescue him from the north. After thinking about it, he understood a little. He said, "You have a good relationship with Ning the Talented." On the way back, the situation was rather wretched at the time. It left a deep impression in my mind. Later, our relationship became closer. Chen Pingping was still expressionless. At the time, it was impossible to escape with a prisoner. When Ning the Talented was beheaded, I said something. Perhaps it was because of this that she has always been rather respectful to me. Fan Xian laughed. "So you are Ning the Talented savior." Chen Pingping closed his eyes and faintly said, "The emperor was injured at the time. His body was as hard as a block of wood. He couldn't move at all. As for the matters of wiping his body and urinating and defecating, he had to leave behind a careful woman to do it. Later, I heard that Ning the Talented's entry into the palace also caused a disturbance. At the time, the emperor had not yet married and was about to take a Dongi prisoner of war into the palace. The Empress Dowager was very unhappy." Fan Xian asked, "Did you also help her?" Chen Pingping laughed, the wrinkles on his face turning into the skin of a bun. "At that time, my words were not as powerful as they are today. At the time, it was the lady who spoke, and Ning the Talented was allowed to enter the palace." Fan Xian sighed and said, "So it turns out that my mother likes to meddle in everything." "She likes to meddle in other people's business," Chen Pingping said. Chen Pingping said, then suddenly paused. "But, this is not a trivial matter. His Majesty will only make up his mind to get married if she asks." Fan Xian made a face behind him and said, "I don't want to listen to the romantic stories of the older generation. It's good to listen." Chen Pingping laughed darkly. "At least now you know that in the palace, you still have someone you can trust." Ning the Talented. Fan Xian shook his head. "A small favor from many years ago. I don't think the effect can continue until now." Chen Pingping said, "Dongi women have a shrewd temperament and distinguish between kindness and enmity. Furthermore, 13 years ago, she also worked hard to avenge the lady. Because of this, she offended the Empress Dowager and was demoted to Talented again. Until today, she has not been able to regain her position. Are you sure the great prince has no desire to fight for the throne?" Chen Pingping said coldly. "He is a clever man, so when he was very young, he chose to run away. A mother knows her son. A prince taught by Ning the Talented is much more straightforward than the second prince and the crown prince." Fan Xian was silent. After a moment, he suddenly asked, "Does Ning the Talented know about me?" "I don't know." Chen Pingping educated him. "You can't play all the cards you have in your hand all at once. You have to hide a few in your sleeve." "Does the emperor know that I know?" "I don't know." "Does this count as deceiving the emperor?" "Oh, since the emperor did not ask, it is not convenient for us, the officials, to say anything." The old man and the young man both laughed like two foxes. "Is that all for the second prince's matter? Have you achieved your goal?" "In total, I have taken care of 17 officials. His power in the court is more or less gone. I do not have the ability to deal with people at the level of the Minister of Appointments." Fan Xian counted on his fingers. "The Chui family has also lost a lot of people. According to news from the north, they have been forced to open up their arms and legs. It will be much easier to cut them off. Don't let others know that your next target is the Chui family," Chen Pingping said coldly. "In court tomorrow, the emperor will make a decision. It will be difficult for the second prince to make a comeback. Will there be a problem with my family?" "You don't care about the baron's title." "I don't care." "Then there will be no problem. Don't worry, that father of yours is more cunning than anyone else." He won't let you suffer. Chen Pingping seemed to have thought of something. While I was not in the capital, he called you back from Danzhou. Who knows what he was thinking? That is my father, Fan Xian reminded the director, feeling a headache coming on. Chen Pingping patted the armrest of his wheelchair and said mockingly, I admit it. He is a good father. Fan Xian was not happy to hear this, and he fell silent. Chen Pingping did not seem to think that the child would be so respectful to Fan Xian. He smiled, pleased. What are you doing here today? I brought my wife and sister here for a meal. Fan Xian forced a smile. I also wanted to broaden their horizons. I wanted to see the beautiful women that a lonely old man like you has raised. He suddenly did not want to continue joking with the old man. With a hint of melancholy, he asked, I have a question for you. Speak. Are you, really a loyal minister? This question seemed a little childish. Chen Pingping answered carefully. After a long time, he said seriously, I am loyal to the emperor, to the kingdom of Qing. And you should know by now that no matter what you do, the emperor is watching you do it. You can only do what he allows you to do. So, being loyal to the emperor is actually being loyal to yourself. You must remember this, and always be loyal to the emperor. Was this loyalty to the emperor or loyalty to himself? Fan Xian did not want to pursue this question any further. But this time, you acted too early. You were ahead of the emperor's plan. Chen Pingping closed his eyes and quietly said, and the way you do things is too obvious. The emperor does not know that you have already guessed where you came from, and so it is inevitable that he will have doubts about you. Fan Xian was silent. He knew that this was the biggest problem that had come with this incident. Do not worry. I will take care of it, Chen Pingping said softly. Fan Xian was no longer worried. He pushed the wheelchair and walked out of the beautiful, yet desolate, forest. The two of them were walking west, and the shadow behind them was gradually pulling away. But the wheels of the wheelchair could not break free of the shadow. The next day, the court meeting was held on time. The father and son of the Fan family, who had not been in court for many days, were finally standing before the court. They were prepared to be impeached and reprimanded by the officials. The imperial censorate had already submitted the memorials to the court a long time ago. The Minister of Revenue, Fan Jian, admitted that he had not been strict with his family, which resulted in the birth of Fan Xizha, an unworthy son. Fan Xian had also submitted a memorial to ask for forgiveness. But as for the other accusations, the Fan family did not accept any of them. After all, the murder of the capital's magistrate and the murder in the rain was not something the Fan family had any evidence against. Everything had been done very cleanly, and it was more than enough to shut the mouths of the censors. On the contrary, compared to the accusations the Fan family made against the second prince, the Fan family had a hard time dealing with them. After all, it was Xia Baiyan, one of the 8 generals, who had murdered the second prince outside the capital government. And Xia Baiyan had died in prison. One accusation after another was made against the second prince. What puzzled the courtiers was that the second prince's attacks were not ferocious, and all of his counterattacks were superficial. After a while, everyone guessed that the two sides must have reached some sort of secret agreement. In other words, the second prince had admitted defeat. The emperor sat on his throne and listened quietly. It was only when Fan Xian stepped forward to ask for forgiveness that his eyes flashed with an unreadable expression. Not long after a discussion with the emperor himself, the matter had come to a conclusion. The Minister of Revenue, Fan Jian, was not strict with his son, and allowed him to commit murder. But because of his many years of hard work, and the fact that he was the first to be promoted, he was given a lighter punishment. He was fined 3 years of salary, reduced by 2 ranks, and ordered to reflect on his mistakes. The commissioner of the Overwatch Council and the Imperial College, Fan Xian, was not a good person. He secretly mobilized the soldiers of the Imperial College. Although he was repentant on behalf of his brother, his crime was unforgivable. His salary was reduced, and he was ordered to revise the books given to him by Zhuang Mohan within 3 years. The Ministry of Justice had issued a warrant for the arrest of the second son of the Fan family, Fan Xizhe. The capital's magistrate had been arrested and imprisoned. He was removed from his position and would be tried later. Some duke, finally, it was decided how to deal with the second prince. He was not a good person. He was to be demoted, and he was to be locked up for 6 months. He was not allowed to leave. The result was finally out. Every word and sentence was worth pondering by the officials and the common people. But no matter what, the father of the Fan family only had his title removed. The punishment was heavy, but there was no real loss. On the contrary, the second prince's faction had lost many officials, and he himself was to be placed under house arrest for 6 months. The punishment could not be said to be light. Everyone knew that the Fan family had won this battle. But when people listened to the edict written by the emperor himself, they found an interesting coincidence. Both Fan Xian and the second prince's crimes were vague. They were both not a good person. As the commissioner of the Overwatch Council, it was not a big deal if he was not a good person. But as a prince, it was a big deal if he was punished with not a good person. The winds of the court changed. Everyone knew that the second prince was no longer as favored by the emperor as he had been in the past. However, the emperor also did not summon Fan Xian to the palace alone again. People couldn't help but wonder, could it be that the two tigers were fighting and both were injured? Would Fan Xian's extraordinary royal favor come to an end here? But Fan Xian did not seem to have any reaction. He stayed in the Imperial College all day with a smile on his face, organizing books with the teachers. Occasionally, he would go to the Overwatch Council to take a look. He also took 2 days to visit the manor of General Qin of the Bureau of Military Affairs, and then he took Wanner and his sister to the palace to visit various concubines. Coincidentally, he met the Great Prince in Shufang Palace, where the Great Princess of Northern Qi was temporarily staying. Of course, when he entered the palace this time, he did not see the emperor. Secretly, he was still discussing many things with Sir Yen Jr. The arrangement of the smuggling routes in the north of the palace treasury had gradually entered the main topic. They were waiting to cut off the hand of the Cui family, which would cut off the largest source of income for Xinyang and the second prince. As for the matter of the Jinqi in his body, he was also attentively attending to it. At the same time, he was waiting for teacher Fei Jie's reply to see if he would take the medicine or not. In less than 2 days, in a cold autumn wind, the long-delayed Chrysanthemum Appreciation Festival finally began. But Fan Xian wrapped himself up like a dumpling, and looked fearfully at the last withered leaf outside the window. He thought to himself, in this damned cold weather, how could there be chrysanthemums that didn't care for their lives that would bloom? Chapter 305. It was the chrysanthemum that was loved by the people of the Central Plains. Chrysanthemums were not rare, and Danzhou, where Fan Xian had lived, produced them in abundance. The Danzhou chrysanthemum tea was a famous product of the Qin kingdom. These years, the Fan manor in the capital had to buy a lot of it from their ancestors and bring it to the capital. Because of this, Fan Xian was very familiar with this kind of flower. He often thought of the little yellow flower that bloomed on the side of the cliff in Danzhou. He knew that although the chrysanthemum was resistant to the cold, and in his previous life, Yuanzhan's poem had shamelessly said that the flower would not bloom again after it bloomed. But in the end, it was not a winter plum. In such cold autumn weather, it should have long withered into mud. The carriage passed through the heavy defense at the foot of the mountain. Under the gaze of the palace guards and the imperial soldiers, the young people of Fan Manor got off the carriage. They followed the mountain road beside the autumn stream and climbed for a long time. They turned around the waterfall, which was no longer as abundant as it was in spring and summer. Suddenly, they saw a temple built in the style of the Qing temple appear in front of them. It appeared on the cliff that looked like it had been carved out of an axe. The hanging temple was built against the mountain, and the wooden pillars were stacked layer by layer. The widest part of the temple was no more than 10 feet wide, and it looked like a thin piece of art that had been casually pasted onto the cliff. The autumn wind was strong in the mountains, and as it whistled past, the onlookers couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. They couldn't help but worry that the wind would blow away the paper-like temple. According to legend, this was the earliest temple in the Qing kingdom, and it was built by ascetic monks who worshipped the temple. It took them hundreds of years to build, and their purpose was to spread the light of the temple, and to persuade the people to do good. The temple had never interfered with worldly affairs and was extremely mysterious. However, it seemed that for thousands of years, it had always been secretly influencing the winds and clouds of this land. In many rumors that had already disappeared into the long river of history, one could faintly see the shadow of the temple. In addition, although there were not many ascetic monks, they had always been righteous and were greatly loved by the common people. Thus, the temple still had a very high position in the hearts of the common people. As rulers, the royal family maintained a considerable amount of respect for the temple, which could not affect them but still possessed a certain mysterious influence. This kind of superficial effort was what politicians were best at doing and what they were most willing to do. Therefore, the Qing royal family held their chrysanthemum viewing festival every 3 years in the Hanging Temple. This had become a tradition. The chrysanthemum viewing feast was, to a greater extent, to reconcile the conflicts of interest between the members of the royal family and deepen their understanding of each other. Thus, they could avoid a situation where both sides fought to the death. At the very least, they could avoid the terrifying situation of 2 princes being assassinated at the same time decades ago and the Qing kingdom not being able to find a successor for the throne. The royal family of the Qing kingdom did not have many people, so the chrysanthemum viewing festival invited a few in-laws and even the families closest to the royal family to participate. According to recent custom, the Qin family and the Yi family, the 2 pillars of the military, were naturally part of the group. The Qin family had considerable power in the military, and the Yi family had been stationed in the capital for many years. Furthermore, they had the only grandmaster in the Qin kingdom, so their status was somewhat extraordinary. Other than that, there were a few old families that had been created when the country was founded, and a few new families, such as the Ren family, who had married the distant princess. As for the Fan family, it was not because of the Fan family's current power. The royal family did not care much about the power of an official family, nor was it because Fan Xian had married Wanner and thus had a secret relationship with the royal family. It was because the ancestor of the Fan family had personally raised the emperor and King Jing. Their close relationship was not known to outsiders, but because of their personal relationship, the Fan family was the closest family to the royal family. Fan Xian stood at the foot of the floating temple, gasping for breath. He looked at all the nobles of the Qin kingdom standing in 2s and 3s, and he couldn't help but mutter, "Chrysanthemum viewing festival. Where are the chrysanthemums?" Minister Fan had already been invited to a place where he could avoid the wind. The older generation always had some special privileges. The carriage stopped at the foot of the mountain, and the guards were left outside of the area where the royal guards were stationed. Thus, there was only 1 man and 2 women from the Fan family. Lin Wanner, one of the members of the triangle, laughed and pointed down the mountain. "It's here." Fan Xian was surprised, and he took a step toward the edge of the cliff. An irritating autumn wind blew against his face, and he couldn't help but squint his eyes. Then he took a deep breath and praised, "What a beautiful place. The cliff that the floating temple was built on was slightly sunken in, like a U shape. The mountain path followed the side, so when Fan Xian came up, he didn't notice anything strange in the mountains. Now that he was at the top of the mountain, he looked down. His field of vision was very wide, and he found that the mountains were full of chrysanthemums. The color of these chrysanthemums was much darker than normal, and they were gold. The shape of the petals was long and narrow. Golden chrysanthemums. They really do match the style of the royal family. Fan Xian stood at the edge of the cliff and looked at the flowers that were like stars. He sighed and said, "It is so cold, and yet they are blooming so brightly. What a strange sight." Lin Wanner explained, "These are golden chrysanthemums. It is said that after the floating temple was built, the great master of the Northern Wei Kingdom, Zhen Qin, personally moved them here. Ever since then, it has been a strange sight in the capital." Zhen Qin. Fan Xian sighed and said, "Could it be Ku He's great ancestor?" "Yes." Fan Xian shook his head and continued to look down the mountain. After a few more glances, he realized that the chrysanthemum flowers were not very flourishing. The soil between the mountains was not fertile, so it was often only a few feet away that a chrysanthemum flower would grow. However, at this time, the distance between the flower watchers and the mountains had been increased to the maximum. Thus, it created a visual illusion. It made people feel that the golden flowers, like stars in the sky, had taken up every corner of the mountains. Contrasted with the autumn colors of the mountains, it was particularly magnificent. The delicate flowers spread out in a majestic manner. There were already people coming up to say hello, but because the emperor was rather cold toward Fan Xian, and because of Wanner's status, she did not allow the young masters of the large clans to talk too much with Fan Xian. So, they only exchanged greetings before parting ways. Fan Xian smiled warmly as he spoke to the crowd, but he began to empty his mind. He felt a little bored, and unconsciously began to observe his surroundings according to his professional habits. The floating temple hung in the middle of the mountain, and behind it was a precipitous cliff. There was only one path up the mountain. Today, the royal family of the kingdom of Qing had gathered here, and the foot of the mountain was already filled with imperial soldiers. They were heavily guarded, and the inner circle was carefully guarded by the palace guards, led by Gong Dian. As for the obedient eunuchs, no one knew if any of Eunuch Hong's disciples were among them. However, Fan Xian did not see any signs of the tiger guards, which was a bit strange. But with the current arrangement, it could be said to be watertight. Not to mention assassins, even if a mosquito flew up the mountain, it would be a headache. He smiled and greeted Ren Shaoan. Seeing him being dragged away with some embarrassment, Fan Xian smiled in his heart. His father-in-law had passed away a long time ago, and his original connections were finally beginning to fade. Looking up, Fan Xian couldn't help but narrow his eyes. The few people with the most power in the kingdom of Qing were all in this wooden temple. From afar, he could see that on the top floor, there was a person dressed in bright yellow clothing, leaning against the railing and admiring the view. That person was, of course, the emperor. Raising his head to look, Fan Xian felt a strange feeling in his heart. His mind suddenly spun, and he began to imagine a scene. If at this time, the people of northern Qi, or the aces of Dongyi, burned this floating temple down, what would the world suddenly become? Of course, he also knew that the defenses in Jingdo were very tight. It was impossible for such a thing to happen. However, he still impudently imagined that if he wanted to climb up this temple, which footholds should he choose and what kind of path should he take to reach the top floor in the shortest amount of time. This was purely a professional habit. A eunuch hurried out of the temple, and the young nobles in the open space in front of the temple quickly made way for him. The eunuch walked in front of the three people of the Fan family, and very respectfully said in a low voice, "His Majesty has summoned Lady Wanner." Lin Wanner was a little surprised. She looked at Fan Xian and softly asked, Eunuch Dai, is it only me? Eunuch Dai was an old acquaintance of Fan Xian's, and he knew that in front of everyone, if Fan Xian was not summoned to the temple, there would be a lot of talk. He secretly looked at Fan Xian with a guilty expression, and calmly said, His Majesty has no other orders. Fan Xian smiled and said to Wanner, Then you go. He paused and then said with a light laugh, Uncles always love their nieces the most. I know that. Watching Wanner disappear through the dark door of the floating temple, Fan Xian squinted his eyes and said nothing. He led his sister to another corner, ready to take a look at the scenery there. Unexpectedly, someone did not want to let him relax. A slightly uneasy voice rang out, Teacher. Fan Xian looked back, and sure enough, it was Yilinger. Seeing her uneasy expression, Fan Xian knew why. Next year, Yilinger would be married to the second prince, and the conflict between him and the second prince seemed to be one of anger. But in reality, it was a bloody and violent affair. Since she was Yi Zhong's daughter, how could she not know the real reason? He looked at Yilinger and smiled warmly. What are you thinking? Are you blaming me for bullying your future husband too much? Seeing his calm expression, Yilinger returned to her usual easygoing self. She smiled and said, I was worried that you wouldn't talk to me. Ruoro laughed. What are you talking about? Yilinger sighed. I don't know where the second prince is. In the future, he will be missing from the mahjong table. I'm not used to it. In the back garden of the Fan Manor, there had been frequent mahjong parties over the past year or two. The four people at the table were Fan Ruoro and Fan Xija. The other two were Lin Wanner and Yilinger, who were best friends. It's all because you and Ruoro are giving money to Fan Xija and Wanner. Fan Xian smiled. When the game is over, you can lose less. You should be happy. As he spoke, Qin Heng walked over from afar. Before he got close, he shouted, What are you guys talking about, hiding here? Seeing how loud his voice was, it seemed that he wanted everyone to hear him clearly. Fan Xian smiled wryly. We're talking about mahjong. Qin Heng's interest was piqued. He patted Fan Xian on the shoulder and said, I'm good at that. He looked around and frowned. The chrysanthemum viewing party is a chance for the emperor to get close to the children of the noble clans. Why is it so quiet around you? With Fan Xian's power, even if those people felt inferior, they would still come and say a few words to him. There was no way it would be so quiet. Fan Xian's face was calm. He said, Today, I learned that chrysanthemums can only be looked at from afar and not played with. You know my personality. I don't want to talk to these people. As for getting close to them, he laughed, I'm not interested. The so-called chrysanthemum viewing party, in his eyes, was a social gathering similar to the wine parties in his previous life. It was also a bit like a tea party. It was a way to show how close the royal family was to each other and establish their status. But for Fan Xian, he did not want to rely on the power of the royal family to show his existence. So, he felt that it was very boring. Qin Heng was already 30 years old. He had a wife and family, but the Qin family had to come see the chrysanthemum every 3 years. He had seen it many times already, and he was tired of it. Hearing Fan Xian say this, he couldn't help but nod. Today, the second prince and crown prince Jing had not been released from their manors. They were still under house arrest, so they did not come to the floating temple. Teacher, the view here is not bad. Why don't you write a poem? Yilinger blinked her bright eyes. Every time Fan Xian saw the girl's eyes shine like gemstones, he felt like he was going to get dizzy. He unconsciously squinted his eyes and said, I said a long time ago that I would no longer write poems. Yi Ling'er calling him teacher could be seen as a little girl playing around, and this amusing matter had long since spread throughout the capital. But for him to call himself teacher so boldly was rather funny. Qin Heng and Ruoro could not help but laugh. Qin Heng joked, Sir Fan Jr. wrote that poem in northern Qi. It has already spread all over the world. Do you think you can hide it from us? Fan Xian felt a headache coming on. He casually tossed out a poem and shook his head. Don't tell anyone else. I hate writing poems. Fan Ruoro had her head lowered as she thought about the poem. She suddenly heard her brother sigh. She couldn't help but ask, why? Because being chased around and asked to write poems is the most painful thing in the world, Fan Xian said slowly. Then, under the confused gazes of the other three, he began to laugh. It was a very happy laugh, a very private one, and a very brainless one. The nobles who had gathered in front of the floating temple, drinking tea and writing poems, suddenly heard the laughter. They looked over in surprise and saw 4 young men standing by the cliff. They quickly recognized who they were, and they couldn't help but feel shocked. Sir Fan Jr.'s name was known throughout the world, and everyone knew him. But he had already thrown the second prince off his horse, and now he was standing with the younger generation of the Qin and Yi families. What did this mean? Fan Xian did not care about what other people were looking at him. But suddenly, his nose twitched. He smelled a bit of smoke, and he wondered if today's main meal was ham. He turned his head and saw that in the corner of the floating temple, there was a barely noticeable black smoke rising up. Everyone present was very sensitive, and naturally, he was the leader. But no one else noticed anything strange. Even the palace guards who were guarding the area did not have any reaction. Those people were still looking at the 4 young men standing by the cliff. Who knew how much they felt, and how much they were envious of them? The autumn wind blew past, and the black smoke seemed to have been plucked up. It suddenly became very angry, and within the black smoke, there was a fire. Fan Xian's body was already flying with the wind, heading toward the front of the floating temple. Qin Heng, protect these 2 girls. By the time he finished speaking, he was already in front of the temple. He looked at the fire that was suddenly erupting, and he could feel the heat coming from it. He waved his hand, and a palace guard who was trying to attack him, yelled, Are you blind? The fire began to burn. Because the floating temple was made of wood, the fire started very quickly. The young nobles who were attending the chrysanthemum viewing party screamed and tried to hide. For a moment, it was very chaotic. Although it was autumn and the weather was dry, this fire was very strange. The commander of the royal guards, Gong Dian, was on the highest floor of the temple, so the guards on the ground floor were a bit panicked. Fan Xian shouted at the guards and eunuchs, Where is the sand and stones? After he spoke, these people came to their senses. They now knew who Fan Xian was, and so they began to listen to his commands. 1 step at a time, 1 step at a time. First, they invited out the old officials on the first floor of the temple. Then, they sent guards upstairs to protect the emperor and deliver the news. At the same time, they sent out a dozen elites to carefully set up defenses around the temple. Their reactions were quick, and their actions were clean. Although the nobles were terrified, the guards and eunuchs gathered their courage to extinguish the fire. Not long after, the flames were suppressed. Minister Fan and the other old officials took the opportunity to retreat from the first floor. But the stairs of the floating temple were very narrow, and the messenger was very slow. The people on the top floor could not come down just yet. Seeing that his father was unharmed, Fan Xian felt slightly at ease, but he still felt a lingering fear. He had not expected his earlier fantasy to become reality. If this fire truly spread, the emperor, who was admiring the scenery on the top floor, would probably die. Someone must have started the fire. He did not know how the culprit was able to hide their identity and enter the heavily guarded temple. But the method of starting the fire was too lousy, and Fan Xian found out. Things were not that simple. Fan Xian stood in front of the chaotic temple, and he forced himself to remain calm. He analyzed the situation, but he could not come up with a single clue. But thinking about Warner, who was still on the top floor, his emotions were a little messed up, and it was difficult for him to calm down. He had a bad feeling about this, but he did not dare to go up the stairs. He was afraid of being used. Fan Xian, go and protect the emperor. Minister Fan walked in front of him and coldly said. Yes, sir. Fan Xian had been thinking about this for a long time, and he did not have time to study the strange expression in his father's eyes. He led 2 highly skilled guards toward the top floor of the floating temple. But he did not want to use the stairs. Instead, he pushed off the ground and became a black shadow. He stepped on the narrow eaves of the floating temple, and like a nimble ghost, he climbed to the top of the building. Chapter 306. His fingers dug into the cracks in the eaves of the temple, and Fan Xian's body gently swung up. The tips of his feet stepped on the wooden railing that protruded a few inches. His body suddenly rose up, and with a few jumps, he perfectly combined his skills with his little tricks. In the blink of an eye, he had already climbed to the highest floor of the hanging temple. The situation on the hill below had already stabilized, and the fire had been extinguished. The nobles of the Qing kingdom were ruthless characters who had been through the fires of war for a long time. After a moment of confusion, they calmed down. Under the orders of a few elders, they set up another layer of defense in addition to the guards. They had to ensure the safety of the hanging temple. At this moment, everyone anxiously raised their heads and saw Fan Xian's silhouette sweep up to the top floor like a bolt of lightning. No one had expected Commissioner Fan to be so skilled, and they couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Fan Xian's right hand firmly gripped the corner of the eaves at the bottom of the top floor. His left leg was slightly bent, and his left hand rested on the black dagger hidden in his boot. It fluttered slightly in the mountain wind. The top floor was quiet, but he did not dare to rashly barge in. He called out, "I am Fan Xian." It seemed that someone in the top floor said something. Fan Xian squinted and looked into the top floor, which was covered by the windows. Countless rays of cold light gradually disappeared. Only then did he relax. Someone inside said, "Come in." With a creak, the wooden window was pushed open. Fan Xian did not dare to be slow. The muscles in his waist tightened, and his entire body bounced up. He gently snuck into the top floor of the temple with the mountain wind, afraid that he would startle the emperor. His feet landed on the ground, and from the corner of his eye, he saw the guards, who looked as if they were facing a great enemy, slowly take a step back. He knew that if he had rushed in without announcing himself, he would probably have been greeted by countless cold knives. His eyes swept across the building, and he did not see the assassination that he had anticipated. He let out a sigh of relief. Then, he saw the Empress Dowager's shadow flash by in the corridor. Warner, whom he was most worried about, was supporting the old woman. The mysterious Hong Gongjing walked at the back with his hands in his sleeves and his body bent. There was a fire below, and the Empress Dowager and the women in the palace had already retreated. "Why are you here?" A dignified but calm voice rang out. Fan Xian only reacted after a pause. Turning around, he bowed to the middle-aged man by the railing on his left and calmly said, "The fire below should be man-made. I am worried about your Majesty's safety." The Emperor of the Qing Kingdom wore bright yellow but clearly casual clothing. He held his hands behind his back and looked outside the railing. The terrain here was very high. At a glance, countless mountains and rivers were in his eyes. The mountain full of yellow chrysanthemums gave off a sense of sternness. The emperor did not seem to be too worried about his own safety. His gaze calmly looked at the great rivers and mountains that belonged to him. The corners of his lips curled up slightly. He revealed a glimmer of mockery toward the officials below the temple, who looked as if they were facing a great enemy. By this time, the Empress Dowager and her lady-in-waiting had already left the building. On the third floor, they regrouped with the imperial bodyguards who had come up to greet them and carefully retreated downstairs. On the top floor of the floating temple, other than the unusually calm emperor, there were also the crown prince, the great prince, and the third prince, the 3 men of the royal family, a dozen armed imperial bodyguards, and 4 or 5 accompanying eunuchs. Fan Xian's gaze swept over them, and he could clearly see the defensive power of the building. He couldn't help but feel a flash of worry between his brows. The fire downstairs was clearly strange, but he had quickly extinguished it, so no one had a chance to take advantage of the chaos. However, the hidden assassins must still be in the temple. He just didn't know how the kingdom of Qing, with its great power, could have let someone sneak in, but as the commissioner of the Overwatch Council, he had a lot of confidence in the kingdom of Qing's defensive power. Even if there were assassins in hiding, they could only be top-notch aces who could throw the world into chaos with one sword strike. There could not be more than 3 of them. But the fact that Gong Dian was not in the building made Fan Xian's heart clench. Eunuch Hong helped the Empress Dowager down the stairs. This fact made Fan Xian's head hurt even more. Could it be that the assassins had started this fire just to lure the number 1 ace in the palace downstairs? At this moment, upstairs, other than the armed guards, it seemed that he was the only true ace. Fan Xian judged the situation in the building with a bit of arrogance. After all, in his heart, the great prince's skills on horseback were not bad, but when faced with this kind of sudden attack, the difference between him and an excellent assassin was too great. Looking at the emperor's expression, it seemed that he didn't care much about this matter. Perhaps this was the steadiness and dominance that a ruler had to display. But Fan Xian didn't want to cause the deaths of countless innocents in the kingdom of Qing because of the occasional injury of this middle-aged man. He frowned slightly and gave the crown prince, who was behind the emperor, who was forcing himself to appear calm. The crown prince was slightly surprised, but immediately knew what Fan Xian was thinking. He bowed to the emperor and said, "Father, the cause of the fire is unclear. Please leave for now." Who would have thought that the emperor would not pay any attention to the crown prince's request? He slowly turned around, and there was a faint self-mockery on his thin face. He looked at Fan Xian and said, "Has the fire been extinguished?" Fan Xian was slightly surprised, and nodded. "It has been extinguished." "Then why do you still want to leave?" The emperor's left hand gently stroked the railing. Slowly, he said, "In this life, there have been very few times when I have retreated." Fan Xian's expression was calm, but in his heart, he had already begun to curse. He thought, "You like to pretend to be cool and play with excitement, but I have no such interest." In a low voice, he said, "Although there have been no unusual movements, this place is high up on the peak. It is the most difficult to guard against. Please, Your Majesty, think of the world and immediately return to the palace." Using the world to admonish an emperor was the most effective method in court dramas in his previous life. But it was clear that it had no effect on the emperor of the kingdom of Qing. Instead, he turned around and coldly said, "Fan Xian, you are the commissioner of the Overwatch Council. If someone dares to assassinate me, that would be a dereliction of duty on your part. Do you want me to be punished by not being able to admire the flowers because of your dereliction of duty?" Fan Xian was angry and bitter. He thought that he was only the commissioner of the Overwatch Council. Although the 6th Bureau was indeed in charge of this part of the business, the chrysanthemum viewing banquet had not allowed the council to interfere. How could he have predicted the enemy's actions? However, he immediately thought of the Overwatch Council's network of spies throughout the world. Recently, they had indeed not heard any news. There were only 2 or 3 powers in the world who dared to act against the Qing royal family. Those 2 or 3 powers had been quiet recently. Dongyi, which was the most difficult to guess, had also maintained its calm. Sigurd had always been an important target of the Overwatch Council's observation. They could confirm that he was still in Dongyi. Looking at the Emperor's calm expression, Fan Xian couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Was this fire not the prelude to an assassination? Was he really too nervous? Seeing Fan Xian sink into silence, the 3 princes present who had the right to speak all thought that he had been reprimanded by the Emperor, and their faces were a little embarrassed. The Crown Prince coughed lightly and was about to say something on Fan Xian's behalf, but he suddenly remembered that Fan Xian had recently beaten the second prince wretchedly, which made him feel greatly gratified. However, this official's power seemed to have reached a point where he could not control it. At this moment, his father was suppressing him. Perhaps there was a deeper meaning to it, so he shut his mouth and only cast a comforting glance at Fan Xian. The great prince did not think so much. In a low voice, he said, "Father, what Commissioner Fan says makes sense. Although I'm afraid there is no traitor in this world who would dare to assassinate you, for safety's sake, and for the sake of the elders downstairs, you should go downstairs first." The Emperor seemed to admire the great prince's straightforward attitude, but he still did not have a good expression toward Fan Xian. Coldly, he said, "Fan Xian, as the Commissioner of the Overwatch Council, you are so flustered in the face of trouble. You have disappointed me greatly." Fan Xian cursed a few more times in his heart, but his expression became more and more humble. He laughed at himself and said, "Your Majesty is right." The Emperor looked at him with a trace of questioning. Suddenly, he said, "Are you not satisfied in your heart?" "Yes." Fan Xian's heart suddenly jumped, and he replied in a low voice, "I believe that your Majesty is concerned with the world, and that safety is no small matter. You must take even more care, and no matter how careful you are, it is never too much." This scene reappears every year, and there is only one emperor in the kingdom of Qing. Even if others say I am flustered and as cowardly as a mouse, I must still ask your Majesty to go downstairs and return to the palace. There was an awkward silence in the building. No one had expected that Fan Xian would dare to contradict the emperor in public, and even dare to discuss the emperor's life and death. He even directly refuted the emperor's earlier reprimand. "You are very daring." For some reason, after hearing these words, the emperor's expression finally relaxed a little. Looking at Fan Xian, he said, "If you say you are as cowardly as a mouse, then I really don't know where to find such a big mouse in the world." This was originally a joke, but other than the emperor, everyone on the top floor was in a nervous mood. No one dared to laugh out loud. Only the extremely daring Fan Xian laughed, but his smile was somewhat bitter. Suddenly, the emperor's voice dropped a little. Even his eyes closed, allowing the mountain wind outside the railing to gently caress the middle-aged and gradually wrinkled face. "In this life of mine, I have encountered countless assassination attempts. How could you children possibly know how turbulent the world was back then?" The emperor smiled lightly. "You want to force me to leave with such a situation full of mistakes and a fire that can't even be lit? How could it be so easy?" Fan Xian looked at this scene and secretly looked down on the ruler of a country for playing with petty bourgeoisie. His attention was mostly on his surroundings. Gong Dian and Eunuch Hong were not there. The tiger guards were not there. There were only the guards and 3 or 4. The princes and the eunuchs who served the emperor closely were loyal, and the relatives of the previous 3 generations were all under the control of the court. If they wanted to rely on these people to protect the emperor, it was far from enough. In particular, eunuch Hong had left with the Empress Dowager, which made Fan Xian very worried. Suddenly, his heart jumped. He thought of a very subtle matter. If the Emperor was attacked at this time, as the Commissioner of the Overwatch Council, wouldn't he bear the greatest responsibility? Why hadn't his father thought of this when they were downstairs? Eunuch Dai said in a loud voice, "In his life, the Emperor has been attacked 43 times. He has never retreated a single step." Fan Xian was stunned for a moment. He immediately thought of Wang Qinian far away in northern Qi. He cursed in his heart. Behind all successful men, there was one or a few excellent sidekicks. The Emperor slowly opened his eyes. A powerful self-confidence seeped through the calmness in his gaze. Northern Qi, Dongyi, Western Hu, Nanyue, and those pitiful creatures whose countries were destroyed by me, who doesn't want to kill me? But, after 20 years, who has done it? He laughed lightly. When being attacked by assassins becomes a habit, Fan Xian, you can probably understand why I don't take it to heart. Fan Xian cursed in his heart more than any other day. But since he was the commissioner of the Overwatch Council, he had to be responsible for the Emperor's safety. Most importantly, he didn't want to be the biggest black pot in the world. And so, he didn't let it go. Thickening his skin, he bravely urged the Emperor to return to the palace. The Emperor was finally annoyed by his words. He cursed angrily. How did Fan Xian raise such a good-for-nothing? How did Qin Pingping take a fancy to you? Fan Xian's face was full of smiles, but he continued to curse in his heart. If you have the ability, teach me yourself. This should be your job. The situation had long since calmed down. Even the most powerful assassin could only take the opportunity to escape. Otherwise, when the Imperial Guard spread out their nets and searched the mountain, there would be no good ending. So the mood of the people in the building relaxed a little. Seeing the Emperor, who never showed his emotions, berate Fan Xian, they couldn't help but find it funny. The Crown Prince shamelessly comforted Fan Xian with a gentle gaze. The Great Prince couldn't bear it and turned his head away. It was the youngest, the third prince, whose face was full of smiles. Perhaps watching this scene, he felt very vindicated. He didn't know why the Emperor was so angry today. He kept on berating Fan Xian, as if he were scolding his own son. After all, Fan Xian was now a famous person. He was an important official in the court. In the Qing court, which placed great emphasis on the rule of law, it was rare to see such a humiliating official. Fan Xian listened with a bitter smile, but he heard something else. He was afraid that the Emperor was suspicious of the same thing as he was, and that was why he was so angry. If this show was secretly arranged by the old cripple or his father, he could only praise them for being daring, ruthless, shameless, and retarded. To play such a brave act of saving the Emperor for the Emperor to see. The Emperor was not an idiot. At least, his intelligence was no lower than Fan Xian's. How could he not see it? It seemed that the Emperor believed that Fan Xian was also in the dark. He sighed in his heart, thinking that there probably wouldn't be any serious assassins. It was just a farce. But the problem was that Qin Pingping was not a kindergarten student, and Fan Xian was not a little girl who cried at the Iron Gate on the first day of school. The Emperor would not believe that his two most trusted subordinates would do such an absurd thing to gain favor for Fan Xian. The reason the Emperor was angry had little to do with Fan Xian. The Emperor finally stopped talking. He turned around and slammed his hand on the railing, startling everyone in the building. Fan Xian was a master of reading people. He pursed his lips to Eunuch Dai, who was next to him, indicating that the Son of Heaven was thirsty. Eunuch Dai had just been transferred to Taiji Palace, and he was being careful. Hearing Fan Xian's reminder, he couldn't help but feel happy. He prepared to serve tea. Wine. The emperor did not turn around, but he knew what Fan Xian was doing behind him. He looked at the scenery outside the railing. His eyes, which were like floating clouds in the sky, could not help but show a trace of mockery. 1,000 poems in the cold autumn scenery, a cup of wine in the cold fragrance of the wine. Since we are going to a tall building to admire the chrysanthemums, how can we not drink wine? Every 3 years, chrysanthemum wine would be prepared for the chrysanthemum viewing party. It had been prepared long ago. But the strange fire in the hanging temple had made everyone uneasy, and they had forgotten to bring it out. Hearing the emperor's edict, a young eunuch with delicate features quickly carried the wine table to the side of the railing. His feet made no sound, and he was exceptionally careful. Hearing the poem, Fan Xian was slightly surprised. This was a chrysanthemum poem by Jia Baoyu in the 38th chapter of Story of the Stone. The emperor was reading it now to show Fan Xian that he actually knew everything. But this matter could not be hidden from the world, and Fan Xian was mentally prepared. Story of the Stone is about the love between a man and a woman. It is a bit low class, but the words are not bad, but these poems are a bit unpresentable. The 3 princes and their attendants in the building did not know why the emperor was suddenly talking about literature, and they were slightly startled. Fan Xian knew he could not back down. He smiled bitterly and bowed. I did not expect my playful work to enter the emperor's eyes. It is truly fortunate. Oh. I had thought, you were afraid people would know this book was written under your name, so you purposely put some despicable effort into the poems, making them as childish as possible. Fan Xian sighed, not knowing how to reply. At this moment, everyone present finally knew that Story of the Stone, which had long been secretly circulated among the people and in the palace, had been written by Sir Fan Jr. Amidst their shock, they also felt that it was natural. This book had always only been published by Donbo Bookstore. Furthermore, the literary talent was clear and elegant, and it was truly vulgar. If it was not written by Sir Fan Jr., whose literary reputation shocked the world, who knew where in the world to find such a person? The emperor accepted the wine cup and sniffed the slightly strong fragrance in the cup. He gently took a sip and smiled faintly, no longer paying attention to the embarrassed Fan Xian and his shocked sons. There were 2 cups of wine on the plate. Originally, the emperor and the empress dowager each had a cup. At this moment, the emperor had already taken a cup and drank it. There was still one left, and the empress dowager had already come downstairs. He did not know how to divide it. He looked at the crown prince and then at the great prince. His brows furrowed and then relaxed. Unconsciously, he pointed his finger at Fan Xian. Suddenly, he realized something was wrong. Halfway through, he very stiffly turned his finger and pointed at the smiling and shocked third prince hiding in the corner. The third prince was still young. With a pained expression, he said, "Father, I don't like to drink." Words like this could only be said by a child. Otherwise, he would not be convicted of the crime of disobeying an imperial edict. The emperor's expression darkened. Coldly, he said, "You dare to do things stronger than wine. Are you afraid of a cup of wine?" The third prince's expression was pained. Pressed down by this icy aura, he was so frightened that he almost cried. He quickly gave his thanks and walked with his little feet to the railing. Stretching out his little arm, he took the wine cup and sent it to his mouth. With a crisp clang, the wine cup in the third prince's hand fell to the ground and rolled far away. He stared dumbfoundedly at the cold light coming toward him. It was as if he could not understand why this guard wanted to hack him to death. He was just drinking a cup of wine. After all, he was a prince. He had grown up in a very complicated and often dangerous situation. The little boy immediately reacted. Someone was trying to assassinate him. Behind him was the emperor. If he covered his head and ran like a rat, then this snow-like knife would cut directly into the emperor's body. Of course, the third prince did not have great-grandmaster Kuhi's footwork in the snow that left no traces. He also did not have Yi Liuyun's strong hands that were as strong as a coffin frame. No matter how valiantly he blocked in front of the emperor, this startling knife would probably cut him in half and take the emperor's head along the way. Dodging or not dodging was the same. Thus, the third prince chose the most correct method. He stood rigidly where he was and stared at the assassin's blurry face in the flash of the knife. His legs trembled. His pants were completely wet. Without a care for anything else, he began to scream shrilly. "Ah!" Before the shrill cry rang through the top floor, everyone present had already discovered the truth of the assassination. No one had ever thought that there would be an assassin among the internal guards of the Qing royal palace. Thus, when the knife carried a startling aura and chopped toward the emperor holding the small wine cup by the railing, no one was able to react. Thus, the knife broke through the defensive circle of the guards. Only Fan Xian was an exception. He exhaled, turned his wrist, and threw out a punch. This assassin had hidden himself too deeply. His attack was too sudden, and the light of the knife was too strong. It made it so that he did not hold back at all. The snow mountain at his waist suddenly lit up. The melted jinchi flowed out like a large river along his right arm and traveled to his fist. Then, through the air a few steps away, he smashed it down toward the flash of the knife. This punch was not simple at all. The wind generated by the punch had already split the air, and it was accompanied by a slight buzzing sound. It was like a muffled thunder, and it exploded in the saber light, shattering the snow-like saber light into pieces. Of course, it was not that simple. Fan Xian's chest tightened. He was extremely shocked to find that the person wielding the knife was also a 9th-level ace. But it made sense. An assassin who dared to assassinate the most powerful ruler in the world would not have the guts to attack without being a 9th-level ace. After the wind from the punch, he had already rushed to the side of the third prince. His left hand flipped over, and the black dagger came out of his leg. It very insidiously stabbed toward the lower abdomen of the assassin. The knife in the assassin's hand only broke in half, but the power of the knife became more and more fierce. It was even faster, as if he was going to fight with his life on the line. The guards had finally woken up. They yelled and came over to Fan Xian's side. Even if this assassin was a 9th-level ace, there was nothing he could do. But at this moment, the cloud in the sky in front of the hanging temple floated away. It revealed the sun, the blazing sun. There was a flash of light, and the building was suffused with a ghastly white color. Then, an assassin dressed entirely in white appeared, holding a plain, ancient sword in his hand. No one knew how this assassin had appeared on the top floor, and no one realized that he had used the sunlight as a disguise to approach the emperor. 2 sounds of wind breaking rang out. The 2 guards by the emperor's side were the first to react and pulled the emperor back. The price they paid was that their throats were slit and blood sprayed out. They didn't even have time to pull out their knives before they fell to the ground. A man in white, holding an ancient sword, stabbed straight at the emperor's face. The emperor, who had said he would never retreat in his life, was finally dragged back a few steps by the fearless guards in front of this sword that seemed to come from the heavens. At this moment, the soul-stealing tip of the sword was still a foot away from him. But everyone seemed to feel that the tip of the sword had already pierced the emperor's throat. Everyone knew that the emperor of the Qing kingdom did not know martial arts. A few more guards roared and blocked in front of the emperor. Things happened suddenly, and everyone was worried about the emperor's safety. So, these guards chose the most direct method, which was to use human flesh to block the opponent's sword. Blood sprayed everywhere, but the emperor's eyes were still calm. He stared fixedly at the white-clothed assassin who advanced without stopping, who was one with the swordsman. The bodyguards were strong enough. They just needed time to react. Eunuch Hong and the only 2 level 9 strong men of the Yi family and the Qin family were still under the floating temple. As long as they could stop the swordsman in white for a second, they could save the king's life. But who would stop him? The guards had already done what they were supposed to do. They knew that with an assassin among their colleagues, it would be difficult for them to survive. In order to keep their families alive, they had already used all of their abilities. The rest of the task of blocking the sword for the emperor should be left to the emperor's sons. The chain of attacks all happened in a very short period of time. At that time, the wine cup that the third prince had dropped in shock was still spinning on the ground. The first prince, whose face was filled with shock, was about to rush in front of his father and help him block that murderous ancient sword. However, he only had time to take 2 steps, and his heels had not even touched the ground. At that moment, the black, thin, and long dagger that Fan Xian had thrown out was still a few inches away from the assassin's stomach. But he already felt the shocking power of the sword behind him. The sky was full of blood, like a mountain of chrysanthemums blooming. The bodies of the guards, who had died with their eyes open, flew through the air. They did not understand how the white-clothed assassin could be hiding above the hanging temple, when they had already checked it. Everything seemed to be in slow motion. It was very detailed and shocking in front of Fan Xian's eyes. He could even see clearly from the corner of his eyes that the crown prince's face was full of sorrow as he rushed toward the emperor. His loyal and brave appearance was very touching. Unfortunately, the crown prince stepped on the wine cup that his brother had accidentally dropped. He slipped and almost fell to the ground in a comical position. It was fate. At that moment, only Fan Xian, who was closest to the emperor and had the fastest reaction, could be this loyal and filial son. The hair on the back of Fan Xian's neck stood up. The murderous intent on the sword behind him was purer than that of the 9th-level assassin in front of him. It was more violent. In a very short period of time, it had aroused the anger buried deep in his heart. He was confident that in this moment, he could save the emperor and the third prince, but he would definitely be severely injured by the white-clothed assassin behind him. But he decided to take the risk. This was such a good opportunity, and the stingy Fan Xian did not want to miss it. This was such a strong enemy, and the competitive Fan Xian did not want to miss it. But at that moment, what made Fan Xian feel a little cold was that the assassin's last move had finally been made. This time, the opponent had used a spy that had been buried in the palace guards of the Qin kingdom for 10 years. He had also paid an unknown price to invite the white-clothed swordsman. He had risked his 10 years of hard work in the Qin kingdom to lure Eunuch Hong away. He had acted at the right time to create this wonderful situation. However, the 9th-level assassin was not a killing move. Even the white-clothed swordsman who had struck out with a mournful sword was not a killing move. The real killer move came from behind the emperor of the Qin kingdom. After the emperor was forced back a few steps by the white-clothed swordsman's sword, the handsome little eunuch, who had brought the chrysanthemum wine, stood in front of the emperor. He flipped over the wine table and reached into the pillar. Like a magic trick, he pulled out a grey dagger and viciously stabbed it toward the emperor's back. The dagger was hidden in the wooden pillar of the hanging temple. The hilt was painted the same color as the wooden pillar. After so many years, no one could discover that there was a murder weapon hidden there. No one knew how long the dagger had been there, and no one knew how long the other party had planned to assassinate the emperor of the Qin kingdom. Looking at the patience and careful planning, it was clear that the other party was determined to succeed. What was most needed to assassinate the ruler of a country was not power, but determination and courage. At this moment, in front of the emperor of the Qin kingdom was a long sword that was overflowing with an ancient aura. Behind him was an extremely old but extremely slippery dagger. There was no chance for him to turn around. Fan Xian knew that this was the most dangerous test he had faced since his rebirth. It was even more terrifying than the battle with Haitang on the meadow. But before he had time to sigh, he had already unconsciously made what he thought was the right choice. The black dagger left his hand and stabbed toward the other party's eyes. He knew he was not an immortal. Even if Uncle Wu Zhu or the 4 great-grandmasters appeared in his position, it would be impossible for them to repel the assassin in front of them, protect the third prince's life, fight the white-clothed swordsman head-on, and still have enough time and power to help the emperor deal with the eunuch behind him. The little eunuch in the palace did not have much martial arts, but the old short sword in his hand was the most deadly thing. So, he chose to save the third prince first, and then the emperor. Although this choice would later seem to be disgraceful, in Fan Xian's eyes, the third prince was only 8 years old. He was still a child. If he wanted to save someone, he had to save the young first. The black dagger was like a black snake, stabbing toward the space between the eyebrows of the first assassin. His opponent had planned this in great detail. Of course, he knew that Fan Xian's most terrifying move was this black, slender dagger. According to legend, it was an inauspicious object that had been personally blessed by the old freak Fei Jia. The 9th-level assassin did not dare to be careless. With a flash of his half-straight knife, he viciously threw the dagger down the stairs. He wanted to see how Fan Xian, who was praised by the world as a master of both the pen and the sword, could withstand his knife when he had lost his weapon. Just as the dagger flew out of the railing, Fan Xian quickly turned around, exposing his back to the assassin. In the process of turning around, he moved so fast that no one could see it clearly. He fiddled with his hair, and used the momentum to swing the dagger behind him. A thin embroidery needle pierced precisely into the outer edge of the assassin's pinky finger. Only a sliver went in. It seemed that not even a drop of blood would come out. The assassin gave a muffled grunt. Suddenly, he felt that his blood and qi were not flowing smoothly. With a swing of his knife, he cut off his pinky finger. Raising his head, he could no longer see Fan Xian. Like a ghost, Fan Xian had already arrived in front of the insufferably arrogant white-clothed swordsman. He stood between him and the emperor. Following him were, of course, the 3 soul-stealing black crossbow bolts and a few puffs of smoke whose effects were unclear, but mixed together, it must have been a very lascivious, poisonous smoke that was enough to destroy intestines and open stomachs. A large swath of yellow, green, and white smoke spread out in the wooden building on the top floor of the hanging temple. It was indescribably strange. It was like the fireworks that could occasionally be seen in Jingdo. Unexpectedly, the white-clothed swordsman seemed to understand Fan Xian's sinister fighting style very well. He had long since avoided the 3 crossbow bolts. He also held his breath and continued to stab straight with his sword. It pierced through 1,000 mountains, crossed 10,000 rivers, broke through the smoke, and headed straight for Fan Xian's face. At this moment, Fan Xian, who had used all of his tricks, was in front of the emperor. Even if the sword stabbed forward, it would first stab Fan Xian's body. Even if he was kind and righteous enough to sacrifice his life for the emperor, this was all he could do. As for the little eunuch behind the emperor who was trying to assassinate him. The emperor, please take care of yourself. The sword came down. The tyrannical Jinqi in Fan Xian's body became incomparably violent. At this moment it was unknown whether his mind was controlling the Jinqi, or whether the Jinqi had already taken control of his mind. He only heard a shrill scream, and both of his palms shot out. The Jinqi in his body seemed to have been compressed into 2 very strong pieces of mountain rock. It came out of his arms and met the cold sword. The white-clothed swordsman frowned slightly. He knew that if he continued to hold the sword and advance, Even if it pierced through Fan Xian's chest, the two terrifying palms would probably shatter his sternum. With a swish, the ancient sword was like a celestial plucking a branch from the mortal world. It stabbed into Fan Xian's shoulder. At this moment, the white-clothed swordsman abandoned his sword and met Fan Xian's palms. There was a loud bang, and the power of the collision shook the surroundings. Dust flew everywhere, and the poisonous smoke dissipated. No matter how much of a genius the white-clothed swordsman was, he could not compare to the Jinqi foundation that Fan Xian had laid down when he was a baby. His left hand was slightly weaker, and with a crack, his wrist was broken. But what made Fan Xian's heart tremble was that when the white-clothed swordsman was knocked back, he was still able to casually pull out the ancient sword that was stuck in his shoulder. How fast was this, and how wonderful was this technique? Immediately retreating after failing to strike was the style of a first-rate assassin. The white-clothed swordsman tapped the railing with the tip of his foot, and without looking at Fan Xian again, he leaped down the temple. His clothes fluttered in the mountain wind, and he was like a white crane that was not stained by dust as it danced lightly. In the instant that the white-clothed swordsman and Fan Xian exchanged blows, two inconspicuous sounds rang out. The ninth-level assassin, who had put Fan Xian in a difficult situation, was now completely red in the face. His shoulder bones were completely shattered, and blood flowed freely. With a trace of unwillingness and despair in his eyes, he fell. As he fell, a trace of black blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. By the time his body touched the floor, he was completely dead. Behind this assassin stood, shockingly, Eunuch Hong. The stooped Eunuch Hong stood quietly, his hands still in his sleeves, as if he had not made a move at all. Fan Xian thought of the assassin's ultimate move, and with some despair, he turned around and saw a scene that shocked him. It was a scene that he would still remember many years later. The young eunuch, who had intended to assassinate the emperor with a dagger, had already fainted on the floor. Next to his head was a pile of sawdust. And the target of his assassination was the emperor of the kingdom of Qing. In his hand was a wooden plate with half a wine cup. This was the only weapon that the emperor had been able to grab in the chaos. He looked at the young eunuch at his feet and said in a cold voice, "Although I am not Yi Luyun, I am not someone that can be killed by someone like you." Indeed, although the emperor of the kingdom of Qing did not practice martial arts, he was still a brave man who conquered the world on horseback. In a normal fight, he still had some skill. Fan Xian, who was still in a state of shock, looked at the image of the emperor holding half a wooden plate, and for some reason, thought of the gangster movies he had seen in his previous life. What a move! Screams and curses came from below the floating temple. Presumably, the white-clothed swordsman had already escaped. It seemed that the nobles of the kingdom of Qing were brave and ruthless. Knowing that the other party was an assassin who wanted to assassinate the emperor, they all surrounded him. Another scream and a muffled grunt came from afar. Now was not the time to talk about punishment. Fan Xian stretched his head to the railing and saw that on the ground, Yi Zhong of the Jingdou garrison was standing with his mouth covered. With his eyesight, he could clearly see that Yi Zhong was coughing up blood. Presumably, when he had been fighting with the white-clothed swordsman, he had used a lot of strength. Yi Zhong was one of the few ninth-level aces in the kingdom of Qing. If he had coughed up blood from his sneak attack, then the white-clothed swordsman must have been even more injured. As expected, among the chrysanthemums in the distance, the white-clothed swordsman's slightly sluggish silhouette could be seen. Legend has it that Sigurd Jian had a younger brother who left home at a young age. No one knows where he is now. The emperor stood behind Fan Xian and said coldly, "Fan Xian, capture him for me. Let's see if the two brothers are both idiots." After a series of dangerous encounters, the usually calm emperor of the kingdom of Qing finally became angry. Fan Xian knew it was not his place to say anything. Since Eunuch Hong had already gone upstairs, it was not his place to worry about the emperor's safety. Although blood was still flowing from his shoulder, he had already leaped over the railing. Like a black bird, he charged quickly down the stairs. There was another cry of surprise from below. "Watch the show." Fan Xian's face was cold. Since the emperor had spoken, there was nothing he could do. Moments after he flew past, Yi Zhong of the Jingdo garrison, who had also been caught off guard, finally recovered. With a dark face, he flew in the direction of the white-clothed swordsman. Gong Dian was his junior. If he did not capture the assassin today, then the entire Yi family would be doomed. Even if he jumped into the river, he would not be able to clear his name. Even if it cost him his life, he would personally capture the assassin and capture him alive. Immediately after, the guard's lightness skills also turned into countless arrowheads, leaping into the wilderness. At the foot of the mountain, there were layers of imperial soldiers surrounding it. On the mountain, Fan Xian and Yi Zhong, two 9th-level aces, led a group of red-eyed imperial guards in pursuit. It was uncertain whether the white-clothed assassin would be able to escape. This chapter is well written. I'm proud of it. Chapter 307. I can't be proud of myself anymore. I reread the first chapter and found that there were many typos and small problems. I fixed it, but I don't know if it's finished or not. Also, when I reread it, I found that it wasn't as good as I thought it was. But, honestly, I like this chapter. I am middle-aged, and my skin is getting thicker and thicker. In the Hanging Temple, the emperor's anger had faded, and his face was calm. It was as if the wood shavings under his feet, the blood in the building, the dead bodies of the guards and assassins, the injured and unconscious people, and the sweet smell in the air did not exist. It was as if he had not encountered an assassination that had been planned by the enemy for many years, and that he was just having a chrysanthemum viewing party that happened once every 3 years. Some people began to clean up the mess inside the temple. Many of the palace's aces were crowded on the top floor, as if they wanted to crush the building. The faces of the guards responsible for the emperor's safety were deathly pale. The eunuchs, including Eunuch Dai, were all trembling. They didn't know what changes the emperor's assassination would bring to their fate, or if it would directly stop their fated journey. The crown prince had already climbed up from the ground. His face was wet with tears. He knelt in front of the emperor with his eldest brother and apologized. "I am useless, and I have frightened you." The great prince spoke with a heavy tone. He had killed countless enemies in the West, but he did not expect that when the assassins came, he would not even have the ability to react. And Fan Xian, whom he had looked down on, was skilled and quick to react. Once you enter the 9th level, you are no longer ordinary. Although you are my sons, it is natural that you could not react in time to these fugitives. The emperor did not seem to have any intention of blaming his sons. He only glanced at the 9th-level assassin who had died in the hands of Eunuch Hong in the corner, and then at the wine cup that the crown prince had stepped on and broken. He frowned. He gently held the frightened third prince in his arms, but his eyes were focused on the chrysanthemums that covered the mountain below. On the hillside, he could see the occasional movement, and the leaves were flying and breaking. "I will go." Eunuch Hong spoke humbly from behind the emperor. It seemed that he did not think that he should firmly guard the emperor's side after an assassination attempt. "Sir Fan Jr. has been ill recently. I am worried." The medicine pouch that Fan Xian had thrown on the floor before he left was very conspicuous. The poisonous smoke had filled the entire building, and there were bound to be people who inhaled it, so he had left behind the antidote pill. Looking at the medicine bag on the ground and thinking of the child's attentiveness, a glimmer of guilt flashed through the emperor's eyes. Only now did he remember that Fan Xian's health had been problematic recently. Furthermore, when Eunuch Hong had visited the Fan Manor last time, he had confirmed that the illness in his body was indeed troublesome. His fingers lightly tapped on the railing of the floating temple. Fan Jian, who had been hiding behind the nobles, seemed to sense something. He looked up. "Don't go," the emperor said coldly to Eunuch Hong. "I will send someone." As soon as he finished speaking, a few strange noises came from the valley below the floating temple. A few shadows rose from their hiding places, carrying long knives. They followed the steep mountain rocks and rushed into the sea of flowers. Not long after, they passed the palace guards, who had set off earlier, and followed the trail of the three people in front. They were the Tiger Guards. There was a temple in the mountain, and in front of the temple was a ravine. However, the ravine was a bit steep. Fan Xian ran through the ravine and the fields. Occasionally, he would reach out and pluck away the branches that came his way. He smelled the faint fragrance of the crushed chrysanthemum petals, and it was like he had eaten opium. The Jinqi in his body followed the two paths, and it quickly replenished his energy and strength. His feet seemed to have grown eyes, and they landed on the rocks below. His body was like a black dragon, and he rushed down the mountain at an astonishing speed. When it came to jumping off a cliff, other than Wu Zhu, there was no one in the world who could be faster than him. Furthermore, after today's battle with the white-clothed swordsman, his internal training had been greatly shaken. His Jinqi was abundant, and his mental state was at its peak. The injury on his left shoulder was nothing. Dozens of feet in front of him, the faintly discernible white figure's movements could be considered exquisite. It gathered and dispersed like a cloud and gently resisted the downward force. Its speed did not decrease, but in the end, it could not compare to Fan Xian's acceleration through gravity. The distance between the two of them grew smaller and smaller. As for the Imperial Guards who were still searching for a way down the mountain, they were already left far behind. Even the famous Lord Yichong, whose cultivation was obviously focused on the word zhong, was left behind by a long distance. Before the tea was cold, the two of them had already rushed to the foot of the mountain. Seeing the flag of the Imperial Army in the distance, Fan Xian let out a sigh of relief. But he was surprised to see the white-clothed swordsman in front of him slanted and forcefully changed his direction. He brushed past the edge of the sparse forest at the foot of the mountain and rushed west. They had already stepped onto flat ground. Fan Xian's speed should not have been slower than the white-clothed swordsman, but the white-clothed swordsman had clearly suffered a great loss from Yizhong's palm. He could not increase his speed, and so Fan Xian followed him closely. But seeing the direction his opponent had chosen, Fan Xian could not help but feel a chill in his heart. Communication between the mountain and the foot of the mountain was not easy. Even if news of the emperor's assassination had already spread, the imperial soldiers at the foot of the mountain would not be able to respond immediately. Moreover, the direction the white-clothed swordsman had chosen was the most difficult place for the imperial soldiers to cover. It was a primitive forest. Although the area of the forest was not large, it was enough to cover the white-clothed swordsman's escape. He chased in silence, hoping that the commander of the imperial army would not forget that direction because of Gong Dian's negligence. What comforted him was that the area outside the forest was clearly guarded. The white-clothed swordsman, while running at high speed, forcefully changed his direction again, cutting through in the direction of the 2 o'clock. Fan Xian followed closely. The white-clothed swordsman turned again. Fan Xian followed again. After several sudden changes in direction, the white-clothed swordsman beautifully maintained the distance between him and the imperial soldiers in the distance. Fan Xian had no extra energy to call for help. With a whoosh, the white-clothed swordsman suddenly sped up, sweeping towards the surface of a lake in front of him. After Fan Xian gritted his teeth and followed, he realized something with some fear. He had already followed the assassin through the imperial army's encirclement at the foot of the mountain. There was nothing in front of him, and no one was guarding it. Fan Xian's heart trembled. He could not understand how the white-clothed swordsman had escaped the watchful eyes of the Imperial Army. Other than the fact that the two of them were fast enough, the only explanation was that the white-clothed swordsman was terrifyingly familiar with the arrangements of the Imperial Army, as well as the Qing court's emergency response. Fan Xian remembered that Gong Dian had not appeared in the floating temple today, and he felt a chill crawl up his back. But now was not the time to think about schemes. Yi Zhong was too heavy, and the guards were too slow. There was no one beside him. If he let this assassin disappear before his eyes, Fan Xian knew that he would be in big trouble. He could not turn back. He could only fly. He could only give chase. Fan Xian had full confidence in his tracking skills, especially on that night on the shores of the North Sea. He had led a few tiger guards and chased Xiao En, who had once dominated the world, into a miserable state. He did not believe that aside from the 4 great grandmasters, there was anyone else who could escape his tracking. But today, a series of surprises came one after another, and it made him feel a little cold. First, the assassin was able to easily pass through the Imperial Army's encirclement, and then he displayed a very strong ability to escape. From the foot of the mountain to the lake, through the lake, between the farmhouses and the fields, the white-clothed swordsman had already disappeared from Fan Xian's sight a few times. If it were not for Fan Xian's amazing eyesight and extraordinary luck, he would have been lost a long time ago. And the white-clothed assassin's steadiness along the way, it even seemed to be an instinctive reaction. It was something that Fan Xian admired. He had been exposed to the Overwatch Council since he was young, and he knew how many years of immersion it took to achieve this. Fan Xian noticed the way the white-clothed swordsman covered his tracks. He was very experienced, and there was something sinister about him. It was very familiar to Fan Xian. It was like the darkness he was already very familiar with. Compared to the white-clothed swordsman, there was something very different about it. This was the true face of the white-clothed swordsman. He was calm, ruthless, and decisive. All of these were the pinnacle of the human world. That sword strike in the floating temple, although brilliant and heroic, did not seem as frightening as the dark aura emanating from the swordsman right now. The true power that the swordsman displayed had long surpassed that of the old Xiao En, and was even greater than Fan Xian's true power. Fan Xian was becoming more and more alarmed. At the floating temple, he had been too impulsive, too hot-blooded. Now that he had calmed down, he could properly assess the power of the swordsman's strike. If he had not injured the swordsman, perhaps the only thing Fan Xian would have done now would have been to immediately stop and get as far away from the white-clothed man as possible. In front of the two of them, the capital was in sight. The city walls were tall and imposing. With a roar, the white-clothed swordsman did not stop. He single-handedly took off his snow-white robe, revealing a simple set of clothing underneath. It was similar to what the commoners of the capital would wear. The white robe fell into the mud. A moment later, the tip of a foot lightly touched the cloth, and a shadow quickly flew past. Fan Xian looked at the swordsman, who had already disguised himself as a commoner. His admiration for the swordsman was at its peak. His opponent did not flee to the outskirts like the other assassins. Instead, he walked right into the trap and killed his way into the capital. There were tens of thousands of people in the capital, and if the swordsman was able to blend in with them, he must have had a reliable identity. Even if the Overwatch Council mobilized all of their forces, they would not be able to find him. Today, the royal family had gathered at the floating temple, so the security of the capital was naturally lax. The soldiers at the gate felt their vision blur, and after rubbing their eyes, they did not know what had happened. Fan Xian could see clearly that the swordsman had already blended into the crowd of the capital. He was not afraid of shocking the crowd, and so he rushed straight through the gate. When he entered the city, he was not blocked, and he was still able to follow the assassin. In the complicated situation of the capital, it was the time to truly test the abilities of the assassins in the dark. Fan Xian used all of his skills to not lose sight of the shadow-like figure in front of him. Fortunately, he was in a good state of mind, and his speed did not decrease. The silent pursuit and counter-pursuit took place in the private residences and alleys of the capital. Perhaps it was not as dangerous as last time on the shore of the North Sea, but the degree of tension was much greater. A shadow floated in the corner of a building. His bamboo shoes tapped against the ground, and he passed through the busy streets of the old city. He knocked over a hawker selling candied fruits. It was this knock that allowed Fan Xian to determine that the assassin was heavily injured. It looked like he could not hold on much longer, and that was why he could not control his body. A dead alley suddenly appeared. After a series of hurried and light footsteps, Fan Xian finally succeeded in blocking the swordsman at the end of the alley. After repeated trekking and using his heart and mind, his face was unnaturally pale, but his cheeks were flushed with excitement, and his eyes were bright. It was a sign that the Jinqi in his body had reached its peak. The assassin in the alley was in a worse state. His white clothes were gone, and under his ordinary clothes, blood could be seen faintly seeping out. The assassin turned around. It was a completely unfamiliar face to Fan Xian, and it was also incomparably pale. Presumably, he rarely saw the sun, and Fan Xian didn't know if he had changed his appearance. He looked at Fan Xian, who was only 10 steps away from him, and said in a raspy voice, "Sir Fan Jr., are you not tired?" Fan Xian was slightly startled, and said quietly, "I did not think you could run this far." The assassin faintly smiled and gently stretched his hand into his outer robe. He slowly took out the ancient sword that was as cold as autumn water. With the sword in his hand, his entire temperament changed. He immediately changed from a dark assassin fleeing for his life to a proud swordsman. His entire body was filled with confidence and pride. "I originally did not want to kill you." Fan Xian was silent. He knew that if his opponent had not been injured, he would indeed have had the strength to say such a seemingly arrogant thing. Feeling the cold sword intent at the end of the alley, he unconsciously prepared to pull the trigger of the hidden crossbow, take out the black dagger hidden in his boots, and throw out the poisonous smoke he was most skilled at, but unexpectedly, he did not touch the dagger. The poisonous smoke ran out, and the hidden crossbow was no longer there. "You are naked," the nameless assassin said coldly. The nameless assassin said coldly, "You only have 3 crossbow bolts, 1 dagger, and 14 smoke-bursting pills. And now, you are naked." Fan Xian lowered his head slightly, and his expression darkened. He knew that he had indeed run into the capital naked. The 3 treasures that had always helped him were no longer at his side. With these 3 treasures in hand, he dared to fight Haitang head-on. And now, faced with a top master whose overall strength was no less than Haitang's, what could Fan Xian do? He could only pray that his opponent's injuries would act up a little faster, and that Uncle Wu Zhu would come a little faster. The abundant Jinqi in his body had already reached the pinnacle, causing his mind to become firm and confident. The Jinqi that was rapidly circulating in his meridians was like countless naughty children, persuading him to use his own strength to fight fiercely with his opponent. But unexpectedly, he only took a deep breath and suppressed his desire to fight. He looked at his opponent with a gaze without a trace of emotion, smiled and said, "Tell me your identity that satisfies me, and I will not pursue you." This was a deal. This was a deal he had risked to follow this top master all the way to the capital, to make a deal. The assassination attempt in the floating temple was too strange. Gong Dian's strange negligence of duty, the ingenious arrangements made during the assassination, the appearance and departure of the assassin before him, and his familiarity with the internal affairs of the Qin kingdom, all revealed a frightening truth. This assassination attempt was definitely not just a single force, and there must have been people from within the Qin kingdom. Fan Xian only needed to know the true origin of this matter, and not act like a warrior to wash away the emperor's shame. He was not simply a loyal official. He cared more about the relationship between this assassination and himself, his father, and the Overwatch Council. Don't say things like integrity. Fan Xian's head was still lowered, and he smiled. You and I are the same kind of people. I know that promises are meaningless. Give me the information I need, and I will let you go. The assassin was silent, tacitly agreeing to what he said. But just when Fan Xian thought he would accept this seemingly fair deal for both sides, the assassin suddenly said, "The question now is, if I kill you, can I leave as well?" This world was truly wonderful. Fan Xian had valiantly rejected the second prince's proposal of reconciliation and coexistence, which seemed to everyone to be perfect. At this moment, there were also people who had valiantly rejected him. What did he rely on? Of course, it was power. The light of the sword seemed to light up the entire alley in an instant. The autumn leaves were also blown up by the wind of the sword, and they flew chaotically between the two of them. That ancient sword, accompanied by the sad and beautiful leaves, suddenly and decisively appeared in front of Fan Xian. Just like on the top floor of the floating temple, the Jinqi in Fan Xian's body rushed out and gathered on his palms. It was as if he could split the sky and the earth. With a powerful palm wind, he slapped the opponent's face. He didn't even look at the sword coming at him. The palm wind was so strong that it shook the swordsman's hair back like steel thorns. In terms of martial arts, he was not as good as his opponent, so he had to fight with his life. And he knew that the more an assassin killed, the more he valued his life, and the more arrogant he was. How could he trade his life for his own? As he wished, his opponent swung the sword and slashed at his palms. Fan Xian quickly pulled his hands back and turned into two black shadows. They went straight for his opponent's temples. The two punches were clean and simple, but they were unusually fierce. It was at this moment that the swordsman he was fighting did something that Fan Xian would never have thought possible. The swordsman no longer waved his sword as freely as a master painter. He no longer used the sword in an extremely clever manner. He directly abandoned his sword. The sword left his hand and shot out, heading straight for Fan Xian's throat. His body strangely shrank and dodged Fan Xian's fierce fist wind. He put his hand on the opening of his left boot. He took out a dull and lustreless dagger. Fan Xian gave a muffled cry and pulled back his fist. He used his powerful Jinqi to knock the fatal sword away. The ancient sword flew out in a straight line and stuck into the wall of the alley. It trembled and buzzed. What shocked him even more was that his opponent had taken out a dagger from his boot and thrust it at him. This move was all too familiar to Fan Xian. When the swordsman held the ancient sword in his hand, he was open and aboveboard. He was an upright and unparalleled swordsman, so Fan Xian used his tyrannical Jinqi to counter him. However, after the swordsman abandoned his sword, his whole body seemed to disappear. He became a phantom in the autumn wind, holding a sharp dagger in his hand, and suddenly stabbed out. This powerful change in temperament happened suddenly. Fan Xian was almost unable to react in time. A small cut appeared on his left arm. In a flash, the two black and gray figures began to fight in the alley. They fought close to each other, using strange methods. The blades were silent, and the tips were sinister. In a very small area, they carried out a very dangerous assassination. Their movements grew faster and faster. They bent their elbows and lifted their knees, lifted their stomachs, and chopped their feet. From the corner of the wall to the wall, they fell to the ground. A series of shocking sounds rang out. If Fan Xian had not been trained by Wu Zhu from a young age, if he had not been steeped in the style of the Overwatch Council, and if he had not always walked this path, he would probably have been pierced with countless bloody holes by that dagger. But no matter how fast he dodged, he was still cut by that dagger, which seemed to be infected with a soul-devouring aura, and countless bloody wounds appeared on his body. His opponent must have been very clear about the structure of the Overwatch Council's uniform. The point of the dagger cut all the places that were not heavily protected. But what made Fan Xian's heart jump was that his opponent had studied him very thoroughly. He had calculated the path of his attack. The little tricks that he relied on to save his life were always predicted and dodged by his opponent before he could use them. Whether it was the pinky, the eyeball, the pinch, or the elbow, all the shameless, dirty, and sinister moves lost their effectiveness. A pale gray light flashed before Fan Xian's eyes. The tip of the dagger pierced straight down. This made him think of Wu Zhu's staff. It made him think of Wu Zhu's words, straight, ruthless, and accurate. The reason why Fan Xian could still reminisce about the past, even when he was about to die, was because he still had a move called the Coffin Breaker. There was still a blade hidden in the tips of his boots. With a flick of his hand, the violet Jinqi in his body burst forth. The Overwatch Council's uniform on his arm was shaken to shreds. His right hand, stimulated by the Jinqi, shook incessantly. Faintly, there was a hint of the elegance of Yi Liuyun Sanzhou from the cliffs of Danzhou. The assassin, who was attached to his left arm like a ghost, felt a powerful and heart-wrenching Jinqi hit him in the face. His opponent's slapping fingers scattered like withered twigs. The assassin's chest tightened, and he was shaken back. The tip of his foot stepped down, right on the tip of Fan Xian's sinister boot, and he floated back 3 feet. Fan Xian gave a muffled grunt. Holding the wound on his left arm, he looked at the terrifying enemy in front of him. Seeing that his opponent was also covering his mouth and bleeding, he felt a little more at ease. But Wu Zhu hadn't arrived yet. The assassin moved his elbow, holding the gray dagger horizontally in front of his eyes. In a raspy voice, he said, "I learned this from you." Fan Xian's face was gloomy. He could feel his energy seeping out of his wound. "You're welcome," he said coldly. There was no time left for him to treat his wounds and adjust his breathing, and it was clear that his opponent was more resilient to injuries than Fan Xian was. So Fan Xian did not say anything else. He tapped the wall with the tip of his foot and knocked down a few gray bricks. His whole body was already pouncing forward like a tiger. The assassin took a step back, leapt up, and backhanded his dagger, stabbing towards Fan Xian's temple. Fan Xian's figure paused. His aura changed from ruthlessness to softness. His entire body took a risk as he circled a small circle around the dagger. A cold light flashed between the 2 fingers of his right hand. He extended them out like a ghost from behind his neck. In an instant, he was about to gently pinch the poisonous needle and stab it into the hand that held the dagger with unusual stability, between the thumb and index finger. But he didn't expect that the dagger the assassin used to backhand was a feint. When the tip of the needle reached out, his opponent had already calmly pulled back the dagger by 3 inches, allowing the poisonous needle to stab into the horizontal surface of the dagger. The tip of the needle was a few inches short, and it seemed extremely fragile. Immediately after, the assassin's knee struck the back of Fan Xian's waist. A sharp pain made him turn his body sideways, and then he saw that the terrifying dagger was only a short distance away from his chest. Looking at the dagger, Fan Xian felt hopeless. His opponent had been so well prepared that he even knew the location of his 3 life-saving hairpins. And Wu Zhu still hadn't arrived. Receiving a heavy blow to his waist, Fan Xian's muffled grunt turned into an extremely berserk cry. Ah! At the moment of life and death, he finally stimulated the greatest potential in his body. He absorbed all of that powerful killing power into the snowy mountain, urged his powerful Jinchi to move to his arms, and clamped down on the dagger. His palms clamped down on the dagger, and there was a very unpleasant hoarse sound, as if a red-hot iron was slowly scratching across the coarse soles of his feet. The two of them were so close that Fan Xian could see the glimmer of a smile in his opponent's eyes. Things like bad luck always came together. At this moment, Fan Xian had already reached the most dangerous moment. The biggest hidden danger in his body had finally exploded and let out a fatal roar. The ruthless Jinchi was like a disobedient child or a beast that was difficult to tame. Unusually unsteadily, it began to pulse through his meridians. The accumulated Jinchi in the snowy mountain seemed to have finally broken through its limit following this exhausting battle. It exploded. In such a short moment, Fan Xian already felt a pain he had never felt before. Every nerve in his body that could feel felt as if it had been torn apart. It was incomparably painful. The Jinchi in his body wildly broke through the walls and charged into his body. In a moment, it disappeared into his organs and could no longer be moved. Without all of his Jinchi, his palms were powerless. With a soft sound, the dark dagger that had been unable to truly stab Fan Xian pierced into his chest in such a simple and even somewhat absurd manner. Fan Xian loosened his palms and looked incredulously at the dagger that had suddenly appeared in his chest. He could only see the back of the dagger. Even the top assassin seemed to be stunned. He looked stupidly at the dagger in Fan Xian's chest and did nothing else. After an indeterminable amount of time, the pain finally reached Fan Xian's brain. Only then did he understand that he had been stabbed deeply. He was afraid that his little life would be lost in a small alley in a different world. He was unwilling. There were still many things he had not done. He had not had a child, had not copied the 78th chapter of Dream of the Red Chamber, had not gone to the palace treasury to see Yi Qingmei's furniture, had not gone to the temple to peep, had not stood in the great hall of the royal palace to announce his identity to the world. Most unwilling of all was, "Blind man, why haven't you come yet?" Accident. Surprisingly, other than Fan Xian, who did not forget his previous life, Zhou Xingxing, the person who said these two words, was also the swordsman opposite him. However, Fan Xian said it with great unwillingness and the other person said it with great innocence. The assassin finally let go of the dagger in his hand. Fan Xian's legs softened, and he fell to the ground. When the Qing Emperor's most elite tiger guards finally arrived at the alley with great difficulty, they did not have time to participate in this fierce battle. They only had time to watch a commoner-like person let go of the dagger in Sir Fan Jr.'s chest. Then, he became a black shadow and swept past the wall at the end of the alley. As for Sir Fan Jr., the incomparably powerful figure that these tiger guards secretly talked about, he fell stiffly to the ground in the alley like a drunkard. After him. One of the tiger guards growled in a low voice. "Split into two and rescue him first." The leader of this group of tiger guards, Gao De, had a murderous and gloomy face. He crouched beside Fan Xian and looked at the young official who had brought him to Northern Qi. He was extremely nervous and worried. After an indeterminable amount of time, a voice finally rang out in the alley. "I won't die." Fan Xian leaned against Gao Da's chest, panting. He looked at the large patch of dark red on his chest. It wasn't deep enough, but quickly get the royal doctor, go to the manor and find my sister to get an antidote, and ask His Majesty to urgently summon Fei Jia back to the capital. My life is important. Having said this, Fan Xian closed his eyes and fainted. But before he fainted, he used his somewhat blurry eyes to look at the mud wall that the assassin had escaped through. The strange situation after the accidental injury had already allowed him to vaguely guess the identity of that terrifying assassin. But this matter was too complicated, too frightening, so frightening that he would rather unconsciously let himself fall unconscious than continue thinking about it. To be continued. If you want to know what happened next, please log on to www.cmfu.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 308. The curtain of the carriage fluttered along with the oncoming wind, revealing a corner of the green mountain outside the carriage and the long stone road behind it. It was like countless scenes that were continuously rewinding. In the corner of the picture, a black cloth was fluttering. It became a flowing black light, gradually taking over the entire picture. The picture turned bright, and the mottled sequins became familiar little flowers, blooming between the cliffs of Danzhou. A slightly rough but exceptionally warm hand reached out and plucked one. The flower was dried by the sun and the sea breeze on the balcony of a house, and mixed into the tea. Boiling water was poured into the cup, stirring the tea leaves and dried flowers into a golden amber color. Another hand reached out, picked up the cup, and placed it in front of him. "Young master, have a cup of Cece's new tea. Today is her first day in the family." Dong who had not been seen for a long time, had a warm smile on her face. For some reason, she was not in Danzhou acting like a tofu beauty. Fan Xian shook his head, took the tea, and brought it to the other side. He looked at Wan who was sitting next to him, nibbling on a chicken leg. "It's oily," he said, rebuking her. "How can you eat that? Drink some tea and clear your throat." Wan did not say anything. Instead, it was her sister, who was sitting to his right, who smiled. The faint worry between her eyebrows had disappeared, making Fan Xian feel very comforted. "It's time to go," said Wu Zhu coldly, his face covered with a black cloth. "Where are we going?" he asked subconsciously. "To see the lady." "All right." Fan Xian did not have any objections. He stood up excitedly and walked to the bedside to pick up his luggage, as well as that black box. But for some reason, the box was unusually heavy today. He could not lift it, and he was sweating profusely. A drop of sweat rolled down Fan Xian's forehead, dripping onto the pillow. In a daze, he opened his eyes a little and stared at the painted eaves above him. He knew that he was in a strange room, and he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. He thought to himself, "What are you doing? Don't tell me," he wore it again. If he had to be reborn every time he died, perhaps Fan Xian would rather he had died thoroughly the last time. Why did he have to walk through this world? He had seen so many people, encountered so many things, moved so many emotions, and felt a reluctance to part. Yet, he had to leave. Yet, he still remembered. Fan Xian's somewhat unfocused eyes finally adjusted to the light in the room. He began to learn to focus like a baby. Finally, he saw clearly beside him. Wanna's eyes were red and swollen from crying. She gripped the corner of the bedsheet tightly and bit her lower lip, unwilling to make a sound. It seemed that he was still alive, and still in the world of the kingdom of Qing. He just didn't know where he was lying. It was difficult for him to lower his head, but from the pain in his chest, he knew that his injury had not been healed. At this moment, the room was filled with submissive eunuchs. They were looking around in fear, pretending to be busy and sorrowful. At the door, a group of old men dressed in the attire of imperial physicians were talking to a middle-aged man sorrowfully. "Your Majesty, we really have no other choice." The middle-aged man was furious. "If we cannot save him, then you will all accompany him in death." Fan Xian, who was in a semi-conscious state, saw this scene and couldn't help but laugh coldly. But the corners of his lips did not listen to his brain's commands. He thought to himself that this was indeed a familiar line. "But you, the Emperor, are only venting your anger when I am about to die." You don't seem very kind." Compared to the situation in front of him, Fan Xian subconsciously hoped that it was his father, Minister Fan, who was yelling at the imperial physicians. He wanted to reach out and pat the back of Warner's hand, but he didn't have the strength to move. There was no place in his body that did not hurt. There was no place that did not feel empty. He forced himself to focus, but his head buzzed and he fainted again. While Commissioner Fan still had the leisure to silently criticize the emperor and comfort his wife, the entire capital was in chaos. The emperor had been assassinated. This incident could not be hidden from the world, so many people knew about it at dusk. But what made the people feel at ease was that the emperor had not been injured in this incident. But not long after, news came. Fan Xian, the commissioner of the Overwatch Council, had loyally protected the emperor and acted bravely. He had personally resolved this disaster. Then, despite his weakened body, he had chased the assassins from the Hanging Temple into the capital. Finally, he could not take it anymore and fell to the ground, heavily injured. No one knew if he would survive. Fan Xian had always had a good reputation among the people of the Qin Kingdom. When they heard this news, most of the people in the capital held their bowls of rice in their hands and expressed their sincere concern and blessings. At night, there was a long line of people carrying lanterns to the Temple of Qin to pray for him. On the southern street of the city, there were not many lights on in Fan Manor. It was dark, and the servants were at a loss for what to do as they waited for news. After Fan Xian was injured, he was sent to the palace by the Tiger Guards. After the emperor returned to the capital, he kept the heavily injured Fan Xian in the palace and ordered the royal doctors to watch over him. Everyone in Fan Manor felt that this was only natural. The young mistress and the young mistress had already entered the palace, and there was no news yet. But the rumors said that the young master had been stabbed with a knife and was seriously injured. The royal doctors could not do anything about it. Unexpectedly, the Minister of Revenue, Fan Jian, did not enter the palace. He only sat in his study with a gloomy face. No one knew what he was thinking. After such a big incident, Chen Pingping could not stay in the Qin garden in the suburbs to watch beautiful women dance. He sat in his wheelchair and returned to the Overwatch Council. The first thing he did was to investigate the assassination. At the same time, he took over the bodies of the young eunuch and the 9th-level master who had been captured in the Hanging Temple. King Jing had already rushed into the palace. Princess Rojia stayed in her room to cry. Who knew how many young girls in the capital were grieving? The second prince shut the gates of the prince's mansion tightly and forbade any of his subordinates from inquiring about any news or responding in any way. He knew that he was in a very dangerous situation. In these troubled times, any inappropriate action would bring disaster upon himself. The great prince stood guard outside Guangxin Palace, where Fan Xian was being rescued. He paced back and forth. Yi Guipin also stood outside Guangxin Palace with the third prince. Today, the third prince's life had been saved by Fan Xian. Putting aside the fact that Yi Guipin was a relative of the Fan Manor, as a woman of the palace, she knew what was behind the emperor's anger. She also knew what kind of attitude she should show. The empress did not come. The crown prince only pretended to be concerned about Fan Xian and comforted Warner and Ruoruo. He also asked the emperor to take care of his body and then return to the Eastern Palace. According to other news, although the Empress Dowager had only sent eunuch Hong to take a look, the old man was burning incense and praying in the little memorial hall behind Hongguang Palace. The news that Fan Xian was heavily injured and on the verge of death made all the powers of the Qin kingdom react in the most realistic way possible. They couldn't help but feel that it was ridiculously cute. Guangxin Palace used to be the eldest princess residence in the palace. It was also the place Fan Xian had come to the first time he had entered the royal palace at night. However, he had never stayed in the sleeping palace, so in the moment he woke up, he did not recognize that he was lying in the royal palace. Although Fan Xian had been heavily injured for the emperor's sake, it was still inappropriate for an official to be left in the royal palace to be treated. Fortunately, he still had the identity of being the eldest princess son-in-law. With a creak, the door to Guangxin Palace was pushed open. The emperor walked out with a serious expression. He glanced at Fan Ruoruo, who was about to cry by his side. Fatigue appeared between his brows. Eunuch Yao said in a trembling voice, "Your Majesty, you should go and rest. Sir Fan Jr. has the royal doctors here to treat him. He should be fine." A cold light flashed through the emperor's eyes. "Those useless people, Your Majesty, I want to go in and see." Fan Ruoruo steadied her state of mind and bowed to the emperor. "But, the royal doctors will not let me in." The emperor furrowed his brows. "Why?" He noticed that there was a very ordinary box next to Miss Fan's feet. Fan Ruoruo bit her lip and said, "Brother still hasn't woken up, but the tiger guards told me to bring him the antidote he normally uses. He must have known before he fainted, but the royal doctors do not, believe me." The emperor stood silently on the steps. The royal doctors had their own procedures for treating patients. It was normal for them to refuse Fan Ruoruo's medicine. But the emperor now was different from how he had been for many years. It seemed that this was the first time he realized that out of all of his sons, only one of them was the most promising. And only one of them did not think about problems for the sake of his own position. In the Hanging Temple, at such a critical moment, if Fan Xian's first choice had been to risk his life to save the emperor, the suspicious emperor would probably still have been wary of Fan Xian. Because that kind of action might have been because he was a powerful official, he wanted to show his loyalty to the emperor. A person who was an emperor never believed in visible loyalty. But the problem was, Fan Xian chose to save the third prince first. If it was investigated further, the imperial censorate could even use this detail to accuse Fan Xian of treason. But the emperor was not a normal person. From this detail, he thought he saw that under Fan Xian's shrewd exterior, there was still a warm and kind heart, just like that woman in the past. What was funny was that in that instant, Fan Xian did not think this way. The problem was, the emperor did not know. So, the emperor was very pleased. After learning that Fan Xian was heavily injured and was about to die, his heart, which had not wavered for many years, finally trembled a little. He even began to wonder if he had squeezed Fan Xian too much. After the self-doubt, he felt a sliver of unreasonable jealousy toward Fan Xian. A sliver of anger that could not be expressed to the heavens. Such an excellent young man, why could he only be his son? How about his sons? The eldest was too straight, the second too fake, the third too young. As for the crown prince, the emperor laughed coldly in his heart. Did this little bastard think I didn't see him purposely step on that wine cup? So, he left Fan Xian in the palace. On one hand, he wanted to save Fan Xian as soon as possible. On the other hand, he was a middle-aged man with negative emotions that caused trouble in his bones. Fan Xian, who had grown up with him, perhaps understood the emperor's psychological process very well. So, when his son was heavily injured, he did not enter the palace. He only quietly stayed in the study of Fan Manor. The emperor summoned the imperial physician, who was taking a short break, out of the palace. With a pained expression, he replied, "Your Majesty, the bleeding outside has stopped, but the knife has injured Sir Fan's internal organs." The emperor raised his chin slightly, indicating Fan Ruoruo's presence. "Why did you not let Miss Fan enter the palace?" Even at this time, the imperial physician did not forget to maintain his professionalism. He frowned and said, "We do not know what those pills are made of. The assassin's knife was soaked in poison, but the poison has not been analyzed clearly, so we do not dare to eat it. We are afraid my ass." At this time, King Jing, who had been sitting on a chair at the bottom of the stairs, rushed up and slapped the imperial physician across the cheek. He scolded, "I gave you 4 hours. Even if you don't want to save him, you should at least wake Fan Xian up. As long as he wakes up, with his medical skills, he will be much more reliable than an old man like you." The imperial physician had just suffered a slap on his face. His head was dizzy and he was so angry that he could not say anything. The emperor was about to reprimand King Jing for his inappropriate behavior, but after hearing these words, he felt that they were very reasonable. Now that Fei Jia was not in the capital, when it came to detoxification and healing, there was no one better than Fan Xian. He frowned and said, "No matter what, we must first think of a way to wake Fan Xian up." As soon as the words left his mouth, the emperor realized that Fan Xian was indeed an all-rounder. Furthermore, if he had not been worried that he and the princes would be poisoned by the smoke and had thrown the medicine bag on the floor, even if he had been poisoned by the assassin's sword, he would not have fallen to such a state. Thinking of Fan Xian's other good points, the emperor couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He thought to himself, if only this child's mother was not her, how good would that be? He shook his head and was led back to the royal study by the eunuchs. Having received the emperor's decree, King Jing and Fan Ruoro pushed through the palace guards. They did not care about the imperial physician's advice, and rushed to the bedside. Wanner's eyes were red and swollen. She did not say a word. She only held Fan Xian's somewhat cold hand and stared blankly at Fan Xian's pale face. It seemed that she did not even know who was behind her. Seeing this scene, Fan Ruoro felt a slight sorrow in her heart. However, it quickly turned into determination. She believed that her outstanding brother would not die so simply. Wake him up. King Jing did not look like a gardener today. Instead, he looked like a decisive general. He squinted and said, "If the medicine does not work, I will cut off one of his fingers." Fan Ruoro did not seem to hear him. She took out a few wooden boxes of different sizes from her box. King Jing said, "Do you know which one to take?" He had no choice but to be cautious. After all, the imperial physicians were not all idiots, and what they said made sense. If he had taken the wrong pill, who knew what effect it would have? Perhaps Fan Xian, who was on the verge of death, would have died. Fan Ruoro nodded. She calmly took out a light yellow pill from the wooden box. The pill gave off an extremely spicy smell. She handed the pill to her sister-in-law. The two ladies were both exceptionally intelligent. After Lin Wanner's hand trembled, she did not ask any questions. She directly put the pill into her mouth and began to chew quickly. She then took the warm water that the eunuch handed over and drank a mouthful to dilute the medicine in her mouth. The imperial physicians, who were watching with curiosity and nervousness, knew that the two bold girls were about to force the medicine into Fan Xian's mouth. Since they could not stop them, one of them quickly stepped forward and used a special wooden tool to pry open Fan Xian's teeth. Lin Wanner lowered her head and fed it to him. King Jing, who had been silently watching all this time, suddenly stretched out a hand and patted Fan Xian's chest. Then, his hand moved downwards. Then, everyone began to wait anxiously. After some time, Fan Xian's long eyelashes trembled slightly. He opened his eyes, but his gaze was weak. "Master Fan is awake." A tactful eunuch shouted loudly. He went out of the palace to report to the emperor, and the inside and outside of the palace hall became lively. After Fan Xian woke up from his injury, his first thought was, there must be many people who will be disappointed. Then, he looked at the nervous, excited, and sorrowful faces around him. He said softly, "Pillow." Warner clenched her fists and pressed her lips together. She was so nervous that she could not speak. She took a pillow and placed it on the back of his neck. She knew that her husband wanted to see the injury on his chest, so she put another pillow on top of his head so that his head could be a little higher. Ruoro had already moved a bright candlestick over, illuminating his wretched chest. Fan Xian closed his eyes and let the spicy medicinal power slowly spread through his body, increasing his already withered energy. Only then did he slowly open his eyes and look toward his chest. The wound was not deep, and it was a little lower. It looked like it was on the chest, but it was probably on the top of the stomach. The royal doctors treated external injuries very well, and Fan Xian could not find anything wrong with it. But he knew that there must have been a hole in his stomach, and it was still slowly bleeding. His Xinqi had completely dispersed, and he could not rely on Xinqi to heal himself. If he allowed the internal bleeding to continue, he would not be able to survive the night. With the level of medicine in this world, there was nothing that could be done about internal injuries. He could not blame the royal doctors. Wipe it off. His energy was such that he could only give a short order. Fan Ruoro did not even think. She took a boiled cloth and wiped off all the medicinal powder on her brother's chest, causing the royal doctors to cry out in surprise. Unsurprisingly, the wound on his chest began to bleed again. Needles. Fan Xian spat out one word. He could barely move his hand, and he held his wife's cold hand, which was trembling all over. Ruoro took out a few long needles. Fan Xian looked to the side at King Jing and said, Tiantu, Chimen, Yuman'er, Guan Yuan, insert the needles 2 inches. Inserting the needles required the support of Xinqi, and at this moment, it seemed that only King Jing had this ability. After Fan Xian woke up, he had guessed very clearly that the palm that had sent the medicine into his stomach had contained the powerful Xinqi that had been practiced for many years. King Jing was slightly surprised. It seemed that he had not thought that he would also become a doctor. He accepted the thin long needles and nervously inserted them into the acupuncture points that Fan Xian had pointed out. The needles entered the skin, and the bleeding stopped. The surrounding royal doctors were dumbfounded and could not believe what they were seeing. The third bureau, Fan Xian said weakly to King Jing. King Jing immediately understood. The third bureau of the Overwatch Council was the best at making poisons. He and the emperor had been so concerned that they had forgotten to let them into the palace to cure Fan Xian. So, he quickly left the palace and had someone summon the head of the third bureau and all other personnel into the palace to treat Fan Xian. Unexpectedly, the people of the third bureau were already waiting outside the palace. The head of the third bureau had asked for a few edicts to enter the palace to save Fan Xian. However, the palace was a mess tonight. A few of the commanders of the Imperial Army had been summoned by the Overwatch Council for questioning, but no one dared to ask the emperor. Naturally, no one dared to let them enter the palace. At this moment, King Jing was representing the emperor in giving an edict. The people of the Overwatch Council finally let out a sigh of relief. They directly entered the palace gates and hurried to Guangxin Palace. The people of the third bureau had brought a large pile of things. The clinking sounds were like metal objects. Lying on the bed, Fan Xian listened to the sound. It was like listening to the sound of a jade edict. The head of the third bureau was the disciple of Fei Jia, who was Fan Xian's senior brother. In the Overwatch Council, he had always been on good terms with Fan Xian. Now, seeing his junior brother lying wretchedly on the bed, his face immediately became gloomy. He walked to Fan Xian's side and put a finger on his wrist. Everyone, including the royal doctors, watched him nervously. After a while, the head of the third bureau nodded and looked at Fan Xian. My junior brother's pill is very good. However, this poison is from Dongyi. Try this one in the council. Fan Xian's heart trembled, and he took the pill. He didn't know if it was a psychological effect, but his spirit immediately improved. There were 3 great masters of poisons. Fei Jia was one, Shaoan was the second, and the third was a strange man from Dongyi. Among the 3, Fei Jia was the most knowledgeable, and undoubtedly the most skilled. But the materials and styles of poisons used by masters of poisons were very different. For example, Shaoan focused on animal fat and glandular secretion, while Fei Jia focused on plant and tree sap. This also affected Fan Xian. Unfortunately, the poison on the assassin's dagger came from the saltpeter mine of Dongyi. The styles of the 2 groups were different, so it was very troublesome to detoxify the poison. How could the council have an antidote on hand? Thus, Fan Xian knew that someone must have used his senior brother's name to send this pill into the palace to help him detoxify the poison. However, his senior brother, who had long been immersed in the study of poisons and appeared to be a bit one-track-minded, clearly did not think of this. As the poison gradually faded, all that was left was the injury to his internal organs. Seeing the Overwatch Council's ability to cure poisons, the royal doctors were finally impressed. But they were still curious as to how Commissioner Fan and the 3rd Bureau were going to treat the internal wounds. My junior brother, I've brought the tools you asked the Bureau to prepare. How do I use them? The head of the 3rd Bureau didn't seem to know the functions of those tools. Fan Xian looked at the bloody wound on his chest and said, panting, I need someone who is very brave, and someone with a very steady hand. The head of the 3rd Bureau dealt with poisons and dead people all year round. He had seen people cut open for who knew how many years. Naturally, he was brave enough. As for someone with a steady hand, the officials of the 3rd Bureau seemed to be able to handle it. But Fan Ruoro stubbornly stood in front of the bed and said, I'll do it. To be continued. If you want to know what happened next, please log on to www.cmfu.com. More chapters. Support the author. Support original reading. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.